everyone, welcome to our Simplilearn's Product Management full course. Have you ever thought about how successful tech products go from just an idea to something people use every day? Now that's the magic of product management. And right now the world needs more creative thinkers who can turn visions into reality. With companies focusing heavily on innovation and user experience, product managers have never been more in demand. So, in this course, you will unlock the key skills that will set you apart, skills like market research, road mapping, and stakeholder management. But that's not all. We will dive into how to make data driven decisions using AI, master techniques like MVPs and Scrum, and understand how product management is different from project management as well. So, whether you're just starting out or looking to level up your career, this course is your gateway to become an exceptional product manager. So, let's get started. Now, before we move on, if you are interested in becoming a certified product manager from SP Jain School of Global Management, you can gain expertise in AI powered product management courses like ChatGPT, Google Bard, top product tools with 100% interactive live sessions led by the industry experts and SP Jain's top faculties. Now, this professional product management course by SP Jain School of Global Management will prepare you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum which covers all the aspects of product management. Now, this program focuses on the latest industry trends, advancements, and related industry applications taught by the top product managers via live sessions. Now, this SPJ's academic excellence and product expertise from experts like companies Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and many more. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
With the rapid growth in technology, there is a tremendous transformation in the need for products. Products are something that we practically can't live without. In our daily lives, we use thousands of products. Could be a mobile phone, laptop, headphones, or many more. But we are not just dependent on the hardware products. Applications are a part of our lives as well. From ordering daily required stuff online, to binge watching, to ordering food online, to being socialized. Applications have made our lives easier. Taking an example of Netflix as a product. So far in the last 3 years, we have seen an extreme growth in its worth. In 2020, Netflix total worth was $238.89 billion, whereas in 2021, it has reached to $267.46 billion. It is expected to have a total worth of $293.64 billion till the end of 2022. To cope up with our changing demands concerning the need for the product management makes it easier to fulfill our daily product requirement and create enormous business growth. To understand more about product management, let us move ahead with our session. Hey guys, welcome to this video where we are going to learn what is product management. But before we start, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, then click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Let us proceed and talk about the objectives of our session. Today, we will start our session by understanding what is product management and why is product management important in today's modern era. After that, we will be talking about the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management. Moving forward, we will understand the difference between product management and project management and the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. At last, we'll wrap up this session by talking about the companies that are hiring product managers and the future of product management. So without any further delay, let's proceed and understand what is product management. Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing of the products to enhance business and create customers' value. It also involves creating product roadmaps to design and develop the product. It involves specifying functional requirement and creating blueprints to develop the product as per customer requirement. Once the product is developed, it is important to manage the customer feedback, and only then the price of the product is finalized. Let us proceed and understand why product management is important. So, product and market are the two essentials of marketing. Product management plays a crucial role in the success of the product, as product management is the voice of the market inside the industry. Product management helps in creating customers' value and business benefits. Now, let us proceed and talk about the areas of product management. So, product management is divided into three key areas: product discovery, product planning, and product development. Let us move ahead and know what is product discovery and what are the various parts that product discovery follow. The very first phase of product discovery is alignment, where the team is created and a task is allotted to the team to work on a particular project. The next phase of product discovery is research. The research work is done to know what are the requirements of the product and what does a user need from the product. The team researches on the problem statement and check whether the gathered data is correct or not. The next phase of product discovery is ideation. The team starts to find a solution for the problem statement. In the next phase of creation, the team starts to create a prototype of this product and test it within the team or maybe outside the team. In the next phase of validation, the product is validated to know whether the product is worth spending the resource, money, or time or not. After product validation, the refinement process is done. The process of product discovery is aligned to meet the need of the business goals. After product discovery, product planning is the next area of product management. Product planning involves 4 steps. Number 1, identifying profit. The process is done to check the success of the product and to know what would be the profit out of it. The next phase of product planning is evaluation of the product. The product is evaluated to check the suitability and safety of the product for the users. In the next phase, we have allocation of the resources and time plannings. The resources needed for the product are allocated to the team, and a particular time period is planned to provide the product to the customers. The last phase of product planning is complete pre-product planning. So before we start the development process, it is necessary to plan and execute every task so that the development of the product should be complete without any further delay. Once the discovery and planning are done, the product is moved towards the stage of the development. Product development follows the process of idea. The solution for the problem statement is already there in the discovery phase. Now the development team start to work on that idea and start to develop the product using that idea. So once you walk into the step of product planning and you have the idea of what to do and how to do, it is important to do some market research as well. This research will look out for a market to sell your product. Now you got the market to sell your product, it is important to do some development of the product. In the planning phase, we have already created the prototype of the product. The prototype is already tested in the team. So now the development team will start to develop the product using that prototype. Once the product is developed, product validation is done. The product validation means the product undergoes the validation process where the product is tested through every aspect of the testing process so that the user doesn't find any difficulty using the services of the product. And once the product is validated, it is launched into the market. Launching means to provide the services of the product to the users. Now, let us move ahead and talk about the life cycle of product management. The first phase of product management is product framing. The step involves creating a vision of the product and identifying problems and defining its success. The next phase of life cycle of product management is research. Research means to learning from the people about the need and values of the product. The next phase of life cycle is designing. In this phase, the team synthesize visions, ideas, and research in the prototype of the product. In the next phase of plotting, the testing and solution of the product is done in the real time with real people. After plotting the product is launched into the market. Launching means to send your product into the wild and let it flourish. And once the product is launched into the market, it is important to do the measurements. Measurement means using matrices and data to check the success of the product and plan the improvements for it. Now the question arises that what is the difference between the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management? So the areas of product management describe every sub phase that come under every phase of product management or that come under area of product management. Whereas the life cycle of product management represents the workflow of product management as a complete process. A lot of us tends to get confused between product management and project management. So let us proceed and understand the difference between the two bold terms. Product management leads to the external market operations and management, whereas project management leads to the management of internal operations. Product management deals to the project given to the whole company, whereas the project management deals with the particular project given to the manager or the team. The life cycle of product management is product framing, research, design, plot, launch, and measure, whereas the life cycle of project management is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. In product management, manager must be good at market research, strategic thinking, and business surveys. Whereas in project management, the manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. Moving on to the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. The skills that are mandatory for a product manager are technical skills. The manager must know how to perform some specific task. The knowledge could be of any programming language or some specific tools. Presentation skills. The product manager must have the ability to deliver the presentation in attractive, creative, and informative ways. Analytical skills. The manager must know how to provide the information in shorter ways and get the conclusion. Communication skills. The manager must be able to deliver the information in such a way that the audience can understand it properly. Time management. The manager must have the skills to manage the time efficiently. Team management. The manager must be able to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. To choose a right field as a career option, it is necessary to know what would be the scope of the field in the market. So, let us take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. There are more than 40,000 opening in India and more than 15,000 opening in US for product managers. The companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Salesforce, Uber, Swiggy, and many more. Product management is a role that takes the complete responsibility for the success of the product. And product management is a career that fit everyone that have the skills and ability to work on. So to build a career out of it, start it now. And what do you understand? What does a product manager do? Do let us know in the comment section below.
Companies like Netflix, Meta, and Microsoft are paying over 7 crores for AI product managers. Yes, you heard that right. But here's the crazy part. You don't need a PhD in AI or 10 years of coding experience to get there. You can start from scratch. So whether you're a student figuring out your career path, or a fresher with no AI background, or even an experienced professional in tech or non-tech, this video is for everyone who wants to transition into AI product management. And by everyone, I mean if you're a student still in college, a fresher trying to break into tech, or an experienced professional looking to transition into AI. Of your background, I will guide you step by step through exactly how to do it. Here's what we'll cover in the video. First, we'll break down what an AI product manager is using real-life examples like Gmail Smart Replies and Netflix recommendations. Then, we will explore what AI product managers do and how it's different from traditional product managers. Next, we'll dive into the step-by-step roadmap to become an AI product manager with tailored paths for students, freshers, and also for experienced professionals. I'll explain each phase with simple example analogies and tools you can use, even if you don't know how to code. And finally, we'll talk about salary expectation, demand, and whether this career is worth it or not. Okay, now before we dive into the roadmap, let's first understand what an AI product manager actually does. And no worries, I'll keep it super simple. Let's say imagine you're using Gmail and it suggests what you're about to type, like thanks for your email or let's connect soon. That's AI in action. Or think about GitHub Copilot, a tool that helps developers write code by predicting what they're trying to build. Now here's the big question. Who decides how these features should work? Who makes sure they are solving the right problems and not doing weird things like suggesting the wrong words or buggy code? That's where the AI product manager comes in. So in simple terms, an AI product manager is someone who sits at the sweet spot between the user who needs a solution, the technical team who builds the AI, and the business goals of the company. They don't want to build the AI themselves. They're not writing the code or training the module, but they deeply understand what AI can or can't do, how to shape a product around it, and how to keep improving it once it's live. Now you might ask a question, what do they really do? Great question. So an AI product manager focuses on understanding what users need, figuring out how where AI can help, working with data scientists to train AI models, measuring the accuracy and fairness of those models. Think of it like baking a cake, but with a robot chef. You're not just choosing the recipe, the feature, you are teaching the robot how to make it and ensure it keeps improving with every attempt based on feedback. Now let's take a moment to think about the difference between a traditional product manager and an AI product manager. Now a traditional product manager mainly focused on planning user flows and features. Now they work with developers and designers to create the user experience and they make sure that everything looks good and works smoothly. But when it comes to outcome, they are mostly predicting what will happen based on previous data and user feedback. Now, an AI product manager is doing something a little different. Instead of just planning user flows, they are designing how AI interacts with the user. They work closely with machine learning engineers and data scientists, not just the developers and designers, to ensure the AI actually learns and improves over time. Now, while traditional product managers focus on predicting outcome, AI product manager have to deal with the unpredictable behavior of the models they work with. Think of it like managing a life system that gets smarter and changes on the fly. So instead of just delivering a static product, yes, it's more technical, but it's also a lot more innovative. There's a level of creativity involved in designing something that learns, adapts, and gets better over time. It's a lot of experimentation and iteration, which makes it super exciting. Now, let's move on to the part you came for, that is the roadmap. And don't worry, I've got different plan for each type of learner. So even if you're a student, fresher, tech or non-tech background, or an experienced professional, we have roadmap for every individual. So first, let's begin. Now, before we dive into AI, there's one key foundation you need, which is the product management basics. Now, this is your very first step, learning the core product management. This step one is very important for everyone. So whether you're a student and experienced professional, this is for you. Now let's say you're a student and you have never worked on product management before. You don't need a fancy degree in product management, but you do need to understand what makes a product successful. Now this includes how to define user problems, prioritize features, and track metrics that matter. Now here's how you can do it. First of all, you can take beginner-friendly courses on Simplilearn or you can take on LinkedIn Learning product management courses. So if you want to check out Simplilearn's product management, we have a free full course. So I'll just attach in the description box. You can check it from there. Second, you can read books. Especially, I would recommend The Lean Startup by Eric Rice. Now, this is a great way to learn how to start and grow products from scratch. Then you can work on real life experience. The best way to learn, of course, is by doing. So you can start with a side project. Now it could be something small like helping a student group improve their workflow or collaborating with a developer on small app idea. For students, the goal is here to build strong foundation in product management. This is the framework that will support all the work you do later with AI. And for freshers, if you're coming from a non-tech background or even a technical one, this step is just as crucial. It will help you understand how to manage a product life cycle, create roadmap, and think about user need before jumping into AI specific challenges. Now, let's look at the second step, which is understanding the basics of AI. Now that you have the product management basics, it's time to get into AI. First, we'll talk about the students. Now, for students who are new to tech, you don't need to know how to code AI models. Now, what matters here is understanding the concepts. You can start with course AI for Everyone, or you can check out Simplilearn's AI fundamental courses. It will give you a solid overview of how AI works in real world applications. Now, if you're a fresher, this is the time to dive into AI basics. You can try courses on various platforms and even on Simplilearn or YouTube channel. It's great for freshers who have come from technical background and who want to start understand how algorithm models and AI workflows come together. Now, for experienced professional, you might already know some of the product management aspects. Now, what you need to do is you need to start focusing on the AI fundamentals without needing to go deep into coding. You can learn about training models, inference, and how AI is applied to real products, like using ChatGPT for content generation or AI chatbots for customer support. Then we'll come on to the third step, which is solving problems using AI. Once you've got the basics of product management and AI, the next step is to get hands-on experience by solving problems with AI. Here's what things get exciting and fun because you get to play with AI tools like ChatGPT. The key is not to build an AI just to be so cool, but to build something that actually solves a real user problem. Let's say, for example, if you're building a study assistant for students, you could use ChatGPT to create a bot that helps user organize study schedules. Or as a fresher, you could create some personalized shopping assistant that could recommend product based on user behavior. Now, for students, you don't need to write complex code. You can just play with simple tools and you can try prompt engineering to make your AI much more smarter. And for freshers, you can start learning with prompt engineering and experiment with how AI can solve problems. So whether it's summarizing text, generating ideas, or building a recommendation system. Then we'll talk about the experienced professionals. You can think about how AI can improve current products at work. So let's suppose even if you're an HR, you can consider an AI-powered resume screening tool or a predictive analytics system that forecasts sales trends. Now let's move on to the step 4, which is build and ship something. Now you have learned how AI works and how to apply it. It's time to build something together. You can pick one small problem, such as summarizing customer feedback or creating a task manager that help users stay organized. Also, you can write a product spec document, then build it using no-code tools or collaborate with a friend who is a developer. Now let's talk about for students what you need to do. Now this is about building your first MVP, which is the minimum viable product. It doesn't need to be perfect, just enough to show that you can apply what you have learned. And for freshers, you can focus on learning how to write specs, how to design the user experience, and how to get feedback. Even small user tests can give you valuable insights. And for experienced professionals, this step will involve applying AI to existing workflows. So whether at work or in side project, you can make sure to track both quantitative metrics like time saved and qualitative feedback like user satisfaction. Now let's move on to a step 5, which is understanding ML and scalability. Now this step is a key for anyone wanting to stand out in the AI product management space. Here's what you'll get to learn: how to evaluate model performance, accuracy, recall, precision, how to make sure your AI product can scale and handle more users, the latency trade-off involved in AI models. Think of it like deciding between speed and quality. Then you'll also get to learn about the importance of responsible AI, making sure your models are fair, ethical, and explainable. Then for students, this is more advanced topic to be introduced in your learning. Now, if you're really interested, you can dive into MLOps basic through online tutorials. And for freshers and experienced professional, this is where you can deepen your AI knowledge. Now, MLOps is all about making sure your AI product runs smoothly in real world. Let's move on to step 6, which is sharing your journey and building your network. So once you've built a few projects, now it's time to share your work. You can post it on LinkedIn, GitHub, or even your personal blog. You can join AI PM Slack group. You can attend meetup, and you can also connect with other AI product managers. Now, this step will help you gain visibility and network with people. It's also a chance to learn from others, whether it's through fellowships or cohort-based courses at local universities. Now, let's move on to a very important part, which is discussing about the salary and its demand. Let's talk about the real deal, demand and salary expectations for AI product managers. So in startups in India, you can expect around 25 to 40 lakh per annum to start, but that can grow quickly once you can show you deliver valuable AI products. Now at big tech companies like Meta, Netflix and Microsoft, salaries can range from 50 lakh to 7 CR depending on experience and the complexity of the role. Now if you're in the US, now remote AI product manager roles, you can earn even more, often up to $300,000 or even higher. Now, why is the demand so high? AI is transforming industries and companies need product managers who can guide these technologies and make them practical for users. They want people who can think strategically about AI's role and ensure the technology is used effectively. Now let's talk about, is it worth it or not? Absolutely. If you like solving real world problems, enjoy learning new things, and want to be a part of the future like tech, this role is for you. Remember, you don't need to know how to code AI models yourself. You just need to know how to lead AI-powered products that solve real user problems. If you ever wondered what a product manager does or why the roles is so crucial in modern businesses, this video is for you. We'll explore the day-to-day responsibilities of a product manager, the key skills required, and how they act as a connective tissue between customers, technology, and business goals. So let's first understand what is a product manager. Let's begin with the basics. What exactly is a product manager? At its core, a product manager is a person responsible for guiding a product's development from its initial concept to its final delivery. They identify customer needs, align those with business's objectives, and ensure that the product delivers value to customer while fulfilling the company goals. Product managers are essentially the CEO of the product, a term popularized by Ben Horowitz. This doesn't mean they have direct authority over teams, but rather they are responsible for defining the product vision, rallying teams behind it, and ensuring the product meets a success criteria. Their goal is to balance business priorities and user experience technological feasibility. Now that we have understood the broad definition, let's explore the specific responsibilities of a product manager. So let us now understand the core responsibilities of a product manager. The first step is to understand the customer. The first and foremost responsibility of any product manager is to understand the needs and the pain points of the customer. So this requires building empathy for the end users. Product managers often engage in market research, customer interviews, and data analysis to uncover user needs. This empathetic approach helps them create products that truly solve customer problems. The second step is defining the product vision. Now, once they have a deep understanding of customer needs, product managers set the vision for product. So this vision isn't just a vague idea, but a clear roadmap that guides the product's development. A well-defined vision outlines the product's objectives, the problems it will solve, and what success will look like. Now, the third step is prioritizing features. Product managers must prioritize features based on customer needs, technical constraints, and business goals. They often have to make tough decisions about what to build next, balancing whether users want against or what is feasible for the development team. Effective prioritization ensures that the most impactful features are built first, maximizing the product's value. The fourth step is collaborating with cross-functional teams. Product managers work closely with designers, engineers, marketers, and also the sales team to bring the product vision to life. So they ensure that all the departments are aligned and working towards the same objective. For example, while engineers focus on building the product, designers work more on the user experience, and the marketers plan the launch. The product manager acts as the glue that holds these pieces together. So, as we have covered, a product manager's job is all about coordination and alignment. But what are the specific skills which are essential for success in this role? Let's talk about the essential skills of a product manager. The first skill is empathy. Empathy is one of the most important skills a product manager can have. So being able to put yourself in the customer's shoes allows you to better understand their problems and design solutions that meets user needs. So whether it's through user surveys, interviews, or customer feedback, empathy is what drives a successful product. The second skill is strategic thinking. Product managers must have long-term strategic vision for their product. They need to align their decisions with the company's overall goals, ensuring that the product contributes to the broader business objectives. This involves constantly analyzing the market competition and future trends to make informed decisions. The third skill is technical understanding. While product managers aren't required to be engineers, they must have a solid grasp of technology behind their product. Understanding the technical constraints and opportunities helps them make realistic promises that aligns with engineering's team capabilities. The fourth skill is having communication and leadership. Since product managers are the key points of contact between various teams, strong communication skills are essential. They must clearly convey the product vision, explain priorities, and resolve conflicts. They also need leadership skills to inspire teams to work towards a common goal, even without having direct authority over them. With these skills in mind, let's explore how the product manager's role differs from other similar positions. So, product managers versus product owner. The term product manager and product owner are often used interchangeably, but they refer to different roles. A product manager is responsible for the broader strategy and vision of the product, while a product owner is more focused on the execution and day-to-day task of managing the product development. Product manager focuses more on setting the product vision, defining success metrics, and working with stakeholders, whereas the product owner works closely with the development team, breaking down tasks into actionable sprints and ensuring the team is executing accordingly to the product vision. In agile frameworks like Scrum, the product owner is more of an operational role, while the product manager operates at a strategic level. Now that we have understood these distinctions, let's dive why these product managers are so vital to a company's success. So why product managers matter? Product managers play a pivotal role in ensuring a product success in the marketplace. So even without effective product management, companies risk building products that either don't meet customer needs or don't align with business goals. The product manager ensures that a product delivers both value and customer to the business. They also bring together different teams to work toward a common goal, creating alignment across design, development, and marketing. This holistic approach leads to better, more successful products that customers love and businesses benefit from. Lastly, if you're inspired to pursue this career, here's how you can start your journey as a product manager. If product management sounds like the right career for you, here's how you can get started. First, you have to build foundational knowledge. Learn the basics of product management, including popular frameworks like Agile and Scrum. There are many other online courses and resources available to help you get started. Second, develop empathy. Begin interacting with users and customers to better understand the pain points. This will help you practice empathy, which is the key to building a successful product. Get experience. Look for opportunities to manage smaller projects within your current role or volunteer to work on cross-functional teams. Gaining experience with product roadmaps and feature prioritization will help you transition into the role. With dedication and the right skills, you can embark on a rewarding career as a product manager. And that's it for today's video. We have covered what product manager does, their key responsibilities, the essential skills needed, and how to start your journey in product management.
Let's start with understanding first who is a product manager. So guys, a product manager is basically a professional who is responsible for overseeing the development and life cycle of the product, from ideation to launch and beyond. They basically act as a single bridge between different teams such as engineering, design, marketing, and also sales to ensure that the product meets customer needs and aligns with the company's strategic goals. The product manager is often seen as the product CEO, as they are often responsible for its successful or failure. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding who is the actual product manager. Now let's move on and discuss the top 10 skills which are required to become a successful product manager. So guys, our first skill is strategic thinking. Then is user-centric design approach. Moving ahead, we have product lifecycle knowledge. Then we have problem solving. Then we have prioritization techniques. Moving ahead, we have Agile in Scrum. Then we have performance metric analysis. Then we have effective communication, stakeholder management, and finally, negotiation and conflict resolution. Let's understand each of the skills one by one. So guys, our first skill is strategic thinking. So guys, strategic thinking involves looking beyond the immediate task and considering the bigger picture. A product manager with strong strategic thinking skills can anticipate market trends, set long-term goals, and align the product's direction with overall business strategy. This skills helps in making decisions that ensures the product not only meets the current demands, but is also prepared for future challenges. For example, a product manager at a tech company sees that more people are using a wearable technology. They propose developing a smartwatch that integrates health tracking, communication, and entertainment features, positioning the company ahead of competitors. So you can see, certain task is needed for a product manager in the scope of strategic thinking. Now let's understand our second skill, that is user-centric design approach. So guys, a user-centric design approach ensures that a product is built around the needs and preferences of its users. This skill requires empathy, understanding of user behavior, and a commitment to solving user problems. By focusing on user experience, product managers can create products that are not only functional but are also delightful to use. For example, guys, a product manager at a bank receives feedback that customers find online banking app very confusing. So they conduct user interviews and usability tests, leading to redesign of the app with simpler navigation and more intuitive interface, resulting in a higher customer satisfaction. So you can see what is a task for a product manager in the domain of user-centric approach. Now let's move on and discuss our next skill, that is product lifecycle knowledge. So guys, product lifecycle knowledge involves understanding the different stages of a product which goes through, for example, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Each stage requires different strategies for marketing, development, and resource allocation. This skills helps product managers know when to push for growth, when to focus on product maintenance, and when to consider phasing out a product. For example, a product manager at a consumer electronics company notices that a popular smartphone model is reaching market saturation. They decide to introduce a new model with upgraded features to keep the product line fresh and maintain customer interest. Next, we have the problem solving. So guys, problem solving is the ability to identify issues, analyze the root cause, and develop effective solutions. This skill is crucial for navigating the challenges that arise during product development and management. Effective problem solving involves creativity, analytical thinking, and the ability to make decisions under pressure. A product manager at a food delivery company discovers that customers are frequently complaining about the late deliveries. And after realizing the delivery process, they implement a system that provides real-time traffic updates to drivers, reducing delays and improving customer satisfaction. So guys, you can see this is an example which can be covered under problem solving. I hope so you are getting aware like how these skills are used by product manager in their real-time job. So guys, our next skill is prioritization technique. So guys, prioritization is a skill of determining what tasks or features should be focused on first based on their importance and impact. Product managers often face competing demands, and effective prioritization ensures that most critical tasks are addressed in a timely manner. They use techniques like Moscow method, which means must have, should have, could have, won't have, or RICE, reach, impact, confidence, effort. These techniques can help in making these decisions. For example, guys, a product manager for a social media app has to choose between adding a new feature for live video streaming or improving the app security. After assessing the impact of both, They prioritize the security improvement to protect user data and build trust, even if it means delaying the new feature. Now, let us move on to our next skill, that is Agile and Scrum. So guys, Agile and Scrum are the methodologies that promote flexibility, collaboration, and iterative development in product management. Agile involves breaking down a project into smaller and manageable parts, allowing for continuous improvement and a quick responses to change. Scrum, a specific Agile framework, it uses time-box sprints to achieve short-term goals with regular reviews and adjustment. For example, guys, a product manager at a software company uses Scrum to manage development of a new mobile app. They work in 2-week sprints, allowing the team to release incremental updates, gather user feedback, and make necessary adjustments before the next sprint. Next, we have, guys, performance metric analysis. So guys, performance metric analysis involves tracking and interpreting key data points that indicate how well a product is performing. This skill is essential for making data-driven decisions and optimizing the product metrics that might include user engagement, conversion rates, customer satisfaction, or revenue growth. For example, guys, a product manager at an online subscription service monitors customer retention rates. When they notice a decline, they analyze the data that find users are dropping off and after a free trial. They introduce new feature and offer personalized discounts to improve the retention. So guys, this was how performance metrics help in product management. Next, let us move on to effective communication. So guys, effective communication is the ability to clearly convey ideas, expectations, and feedback to various stakeholders, including team members, executives, and customers. This skill ensures that everyone involved in the product development process is aligned and working towards the same goals. It also involves active listening and the ability to adapt messages to different audiences. For example, guys, a product manager at a retail company regularly updates the development team, marketing team, and company executives on the progress of a new e-commerce platform. By clearly communicating the timeline, challenges, and next steps, they ensure that all the teams are coordinated and working efficiently. The next one that we have all over here is stakeholder management. So guys, stakeholder management involves identifying, engaging, and maintaining positive relationships with all parties interested in the product success. This skill requires balancing the needs and expectations of different stakeholders, including customers, team members, investors, and executives. It is all about building trust and ensuring that stakeholders are kept informed and involved at appropriate stages. For example, guys, a product manager developing a new educational app involves teachers, students, and parents in the design process. They give the feedback and adjust product features to meet the needs of all stakeholders, ensuring broad support for the app. And finally, we have negotiation and conflict resolution. So guys, negotiation and conflict resolution involve finding mutually beneficial solutions when there are disagreements or competing interests. This skill is vital for resolving conflicts within the team, with stakeholders, or during business negotiations. A product manager must be able to navigate these situations diplomatically, ensuring that the product success is not compromised. For example, guys, a product manager at a manufacturing company mediates a conflict between a design team, which wants to use high quality materials, and the finance team, which is concerned about the cost. They negotiate by selecting materials that maintain quality while staying within the budget. It ensures that the product remains both affordable and well made. So guys, this was the example which covers in negotiation and conflict resolution.
Let's start. It says, what is product management? It's the process of guiding the development, marketing, life cycle of a product from initial idea to its retirement. The role sets across business, tech, customer experience. Let's go ahead and have a look at a very simple example that we all are very well aware. Let's look at Uber. Now, we all know that Uber has a platform that is available across iOS, it's available across Android. Now, this particular app can be used, let's say, for booking. Let's say you want to cancel. Let's say you want to pay, so on and so forth. You have multiple options that you can have using the access of Uber. Consider a scenario wherein, let's say, if I am the owner of Uber and I would like to have this kind of app being developed. It will have multiple features as we use them today. In order to get this done, I need someone who knows how to work with a tech team, who understands what are business goals, who understands that, what is the marketing that I'm looking at. He's someone who, let's say, understand user experience. He can take feedback from users. Now, this one person, in simple words, is in charge because he will be the one leading the initiative to make this particular platform a success. This particular role, learners, is the role of a product manager. This person works across, let's say, marketing, development, across the life cycle of a product. For example, when Uber started, they would accept payments using Paytm. Now they also accept cash and so on and so forth. Therefore, this person is in charge of the entire life cycle of the product. Now, let's look at some of the roles and responsibilities of a product manager. Consider again this scenario wherein I, being the owner, let's say, of Uber, I would like Uber to do everything. Cab. I want food delivery. Let's say I want to book a truck. Uh, you know, let's say I would like to get in something called quick commerce. I want to do everything. As an owner, I'm saying this. Now, it's a fact that everything cannot be done at once. This is where the role of a product manager comes in. This person would define what exactly is the scope, as in what exactly are we going to achieve now? What can be done at a later stage and what should be ignored? This person takes care of this responsibility. Again, everything cannot be launched at once. Therefore, this person launches the product in phases. Phase 1, let's have an option of booking a cab. Phase 2, let's give an option for the driver also to cancel. Phase 3, let's add multiple payment options. All of these phases are defined by the product manager. Now, since he is handling, let's say, the owner of the product, he is also handling, let's say, different phases. He's working across multiple teams. This person is defining the scope. This person is also defining different versions of Uber app. This is where we come to the roles and responsibilities that the product owner would define the vision. The product owner, let's say, would work across cross-functional teams. Now, as we said that, it has to be launched in phases. This is where something called roadmap or the product roadmap comes in the picture. That means you prioritize which features should be launched, what are the timelines we are looking at, and if users have emphasized a particular feature, then that should be given some priority. That's the reason a product manager extensively works keeping in mind the customers and the user requirements. That could be done through multiple ways. It could be understanding the market trends, it could be even looking at competitors. One interesting example is that Rapido is another platform offering similar services to Uber. They have launched a completely new model for drivers, which another competitor, Ola, also implemented. Therefore, you learn a lot from your competitors as well. Since you are, let's say, performing lots and lots of roles and taking responsibilities, there are some of the core skills that every product manager requires. I think it's no doubt that communication is the topmost because your entire job role comprises of explaining, let's say, the tech lead, we need to get these three features done. Marketing team, please tell me from where we are getting our maximum leads. Okay. Recruitment team, all right, I would be needing three more, let's say, associate product managers. Therefore, communication is your 80 to 90% of your job. That's the reason you work extensively using this skill because you'll be aligning all the stakeholders. It could be the owner of the platform, which say would want everything to be done. It's your job to convince that person, hey, not everything can be done at once. And once you're dealing with so many teams, conflicts are bound to happen. Therefore, you need to have this kind of a collaborative environment. Now, here's another scenario, learners, which says strategic thinking and prioritization. Let's say I would like to have Uber as an all-in-one logistics platform. You know, you could even book, let's say, and air freight. You could also book, let's say, a container ownership, so on and so forth. That's what I am thinking strategically. I want everything to be there on Uber. However, resources are limited. That means you can't have everything on one platform at one go. This is where learners, you will be balancing a lot between strategic thinking and prioritization. Let's have a look over here. It says, about understanding the broader picture. Okay, my broader picture is all in one logistics platform and aligning your product decisions with the company's goals. Therefore, this product should have all in one logistics services, including air freight. Prioritization says is about determining which features or tasks should take precedence. Start with cab service, take some feedback, get some revenue, then maybe you can go to the next one. The product manager also needs to focus here. He can't only say to the owner that he, prioritize. In this way, what's going to happen is the PM would lose his job. At the same time, the PM would have to listen to this aspect as well, because it says you need to think several steps ahead, making sure that every feature change contributes to long-term success. That means if you are building a cab business and the long-term strategic thinking is moving towards other parts of logistics, you need to keep other market trends. You need to keep user requirements at non-stop learning phase, because all of this is a part of your strategic thinking. Then comes prioritization, that you make tough choices, that hey, in the short term, let's run a trial run. Let's say we'll run a small trial run for air freight and get some feedback. Okay, in the long run, we can prioritize air freight above any other form of logistics. Therefore, a good balancing is needed. It says market and user research. Learners these days, this is extensively done using AI tools as well. All right, I'll give you one example over here. Today, when we book, let's say, Uber again, there is an option to choose that whether I want a driver who is, let's say, talkative. Will I, need a cab which should have AC on, cold, or so on and so forth? All of these feedbacks were given by the user that, hey, driver is not switching on AC, or let's say he's too much talkative, so on and so forth. This is where your user research comes in, and this is how your new features develop, as we see in Uber today. Could be multiple ways. You could have data coming in from your platform, which you could analyze, or you could directly have an interview with, let's say, a user. You could have surveys. However, a lot of tech is used in this, and tools like Google Analytics, Mixpanel play an important role, because they give you real time data on how your platform is performing. So you get real time answers to user requirements. Technical understanding. Now, learners, it's a very common, what do you say, saying that to become a product manager, you must have tech background. You must be an engineer. You must be from computer science, IT background. That is, however, not the case, because you are, I'll just put this in red, you are not a coder. You are not a developer. You will not be taking care of databases. You will not be the one designing UI UX. It is not your job. There are people who are meant to play this kind of a role. Your role over here is fostering collaboration. Therefore, some knowledge of tech and excellent collaboration communication will get the job done. That means you must know what right questions to ask. You have the responsibility of defining the scope. If the developer says, I can do this, you need to narrow him down that no, it has to be limited to just two features. Now, since you have, what do you say, a bird's eye view of the business, you have bird's eye view of tech, you should be able to anticipate some kind of potential issues. For example, if you launch this particular feature, what are the backlashes competitors have faced? Therefore, you should be aware of these potential issues. Now it says data analysis and matrix. Like I mentioned, certain tools like Google Analytics, Mixpanel, all of these tools require no coding. They only require you to analyze data. For example, let's say Google Analytics tells you about Amazon. Let's say you're the product manager at Amazon. Now, through Google Analytics, you're getting some inputs which says that people are not using, let's say, the search option more. Or maybe people are not using Amazon Pay more. Or deliveries in, let's say, Bangalore's Whitefield have dropped drastically in the past 1 quarter. You get these kind of data which will help you to make decisions. That let's say what could be going wrong? Don't we have enough delivery partners, or is there some kind of a delivery shortage? Therefore, data analysis and decision making would comprise your day-to-day task. This would encompass, let's say, what are the conversion rates. For example, you ran a marketing campaign, and you were expecting the conversion rate somewhere around 12 to 15%. That's your marketing team's job. They have already told you. However, the real conversion rate that we got was even less than 5%. So that's your job to look into the issue. Similarly, things go for user engagement. Your UI UX in charge told you that, hey, with this kind of a new UI, we could enhance the user experience. However, you see that the time spent on the platform has not increased. Then again, it's your job to look at these kind of issues. Again, we come back to the reason of the existence of a product manager, which is the user. It says putting yourself in the user's shoes and understanding their struggles, needs, and goals. Let's look at another example, which is something that we again commonly use on a day-to-day basis. And let's look at that example of a Gmail. Today, if you open Gmail, you even have an option of Gemini coming up on the top right corner. That means users are, let's say, using AI tools today for almost all of their tasks. Should that be present while they're writing their emails? Obviously, yes. Great. Should that be present in day-to-day handling of emails? Absolutely, yes. Therefore, give an option of Gemini to Gmail. That means you understand what users are doing actively today, how are they performing those tasks, and then you implement those features. For example, a very common document that you will be preparing as product managers is called the PRD. This document could take almost a week's time to get done, but using something known as Copilot by Microsoft, it can be done in less than 5 minutes. Therefore, if the user is using Copilot, then let's incorporate Copilot in all of MS Office offerings. That's what Microsoft has done. That's how you take care of user and you put yourself in the shoes of the user. Remember this one thing, learners, you are not the boss. The product manager has no authority over a developer to tell him or her to do a particular task. No, that is not your authority. You don't have the authority over marketing team to tell someone to run this kind of a campaign. No. You run the show without authority. Obviously, there are other ways you can exert authorities, but yes, those are best avoided and they do take time and they do leave a bad impression. For example, you could talk to the tech lead and say, this developer is not doing up to the mark. So it creates some kind of a friction within the team. That's the reason, learners, it's all your soft skills that will run the show for you. You would say you lead with influence and not hierarchy. It's about guiding your team, sharing the vision, and having non-official power. We'll come to the last, let's say, soft skill that we are looking at is adaptability and decision making under uncertainty. Now, I'll give you another very commonly used example. Yes, here we are at the Gmail part. Now, if Gmail today sees that uh, 15 GB is what we are offering to, let's say, free users. Okay. However, with rising demand for data storage, users are requiring more. Okay. They can open another Gmail account. That's great. They get another 15 GB. But managing these two, one file or one picture present here, one file, one picture present here, may or may not make sense, right? So let's launch a loyalty plan because people are creating more and more Gmail accounts and they are also not happy managing different accounts. You're also creating trouble because again, you're not generating revenue. So let's have a loyalty plan wherein we offer 100 GB. Apart from this, they can have multiple accounts under this umbrella. That's again how you adapt to changing user requirements. I think we discussed about Google Analytics tool, Mixpanel tool. These tools are used for analysis of, let's say, whatever data your platform is generating. Jira is extensively used in product management tech teams to run your show. Which developer or which feature is at what stage, which developer is handling what part of the feature, so on and so forth. Again, we've got Plan, Trello. You would be using extensively for creating product roadmaps and collaboration with your team.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new session where we will discuss product management metrics and KPIs. In this video, we will discuss the top metrics and KPIs to measure the success of a product using key performance indicators. KPIs are crucial because they provide a benchmark against which to measure your performance going forward. KPIs make it obvious whether or not you are succeeding in your objectives. And by using KPIs, you may define objectives, plan a course of action to achieve them, and assess your progress as you go. But before moving ahead in our session, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Now, before we start our session, here's a question for you all. What, according to you, is the most important metric that defines the success of a product? Do let us know in the comments below. Today, we'll start this session by providing you with a brief introduction to the product management metrics and KPIs. And then we will be discussing product management metrics and KPIs, and stick to the end because we will be discussing product management frameworks, which are the HEART framework and the R framework. Let's start with the session and know about product management metrics and KPIs. Like other company teams, product management teams utilize key performance indicators, or KPIs, to set clear goals and natural choices, recognize success, and spot risks and problems. A lack of KPIs can cause a product management team to have a poor sense of progress, making it challenging to evaluate and learn from past work and make it difficult to prioritize amongst different activity streams when progress veers off course. The product manager often defines these KPIs, depending on what they think are the most crucial indicators to measure and report on. The product's success and the product management process are ultimately measured and improved using product KPIs. The breadth of the product manager's KPIs might vary depending on the organization's procedures and product type. The KPIs could significantly favor the design and manufacturing of the product, for instance, if the team's primary goal is product development. However, if they want to recognize the influence on the customer, the KPIs might be more broad to include use and consumer behaviors. The decision-making process about the KPIs that matter must ultimately be left to the product team leader, although it should be highly influenced by the organization's top-level goals. Let's now understand what are product management metrics. Metrics for product management give product managers the crucial information they require to monitor the performance and health of their products. Your product is more likely to offer accurate insights on what adds value to your current users and help convert potential users by setting and tracking the proper metrics. Product metrics are used by product managers to recognize which features are most used, underused, or completely ineffective, finding out how customers interact with a product, find out how frequently people return after registering, test how well your product is received by customers, identify the user cohorts that are power users, and others. There are 5 basic metrics that are used to measure the success of a product. The very first metrics of product management are growth and activation. In product management, growth refers to boosting the utility and user base of an already existing product. Product management seeks to make an existing product more successful as opposed to conventional product management, which focuses on managing all operations necessary to bring a lucrative product to the market. To maximize user retention during onboarding and the initial hours or days, the term activation is used. Onboarding customers with less friction, educating them about the benefits of your product, and gaining their early commitment are all examples of activation goals. This holds several KPIs: number of users per session, traffic, churn rate. The next metric used for product management is retention. The capacity of a business or product to keep customers over time is referred to as customer retention. If a business or product has a high customer retention rate, it implies that consumers keep utilizing or repurchasing that good or service. Low customer retention refers to the rate at which consumers discontinue utilizing or purchasing a company's goods or service. Effects of retention, total company growth, and client loyalty. When considering extra products or services, loyal clients are more inclined to stay with a reputable business. Retention as a metric holds CRR, CLTV. The next metrics we are going to discuss is engagement. Measuring user involvement enables you to determine whether customers value your offering. Logins, downloads, and the amount of time people spend on your website are all indicators of engagement. Engagement holds daily and monthly active users, session duration. Moving on, we have user happiness as the next metric used in product management. Since user happiness is a self-reported statistic, asking users to estimate their happiness rather than observing their behavior is necessary. Happiness in the context of products and services refers to a gratifying or enjoyable user experience. Contentment, joy, and delight are additional nouns that can be used to denote happiness. User happiness is a self-reported assessment. Thus, rather than observing people's actions, you need to ask them how happy they are. That also implies that prejudice and feelings are present in this situation. User happiness holds, NPS, rating on the App Store. And the last metric used for product management is revenue. Revenue is the cash that a firm generates via its operations. Depending on the accounting technique used, there are several ways to compute revenue. Sales made on credit will be included as revenue for products or services provided to the client under accrual accounting. Revenue may be recognized following certain standards, even though payment has not yet been made. The cash flow statement must be examined to determine how well a business collects debts. Cash accounting, on the other hand, only counts sales as revenue when payment is made. Revenue holds CAC, MRR, ARPU. Now, let's move ahead in our session and understand what are product management KPIs. The success of a team may be measured using KPIs for product management. Product management, sales, and marketing teams, as well as other business experts, use these KPIs to set objectives, track development, and address problems. Because they offer advice on setting priorities and assigning tasks, KPIs are beneficial for product managers and other team leaders. The creation and management of high-quality products for a corporation depend on these metrics. Product managers can carry out the following tasks thanks to KPIs: establish goals, track development, take notes on prior work, make sensible choices, manage competitors, resolve issues, deliver high-quality products. The very first product management KPI is monthly recurring revenue, or MRR. A company's predictable income stream from month to month is measured by its monthly recurring revenue. This metric's main objective is to compare performance between different subscription terms or packages, each with unique features and costs. For companies that provide software as a service, or SaaS, or make money by selling subscription services, this type of technology is ideal. These sales activities are recurring and simpler to predict than one-time purchases. Product managers may monitor the business's financial health and track the rise or drop of monthly revenue using MRR. This gauges a product's monthly gross sales. If you wish to compute this, you must take into account the MRR at the beginning of the month, add the income from new customers, and subtract the number of customers you lost. For subscription-based businesses like SaaS, where no further sales are made after a client becomes recurring, MRR is simple to evaluate. Monthly recurring income is calculated by multiplying the average monthly revenue per user by the overall number of users for a particular month. The next product management KPI is the customer retention rate. It is the proportion of clients who remain clients after a specific amount of time. The length of time you can keep clients will be measured using this KPI in product management. You should also check to see if steps are consistently done to keep clients if the number of customers departing starts to fall. Without a retention plan, it is common for firms to focus solely on recruiting new clients while utterly disregarding their current clientele. Asking your former clients why they choose to stop doing business with you is another strategy you may employ to lower the retention rate. Always remember that acquiring new consumers is harder than maintaining relationships with your current clientele. Older customers are more likely to spend more money with you than new ones. Additionally, it is common for current customers to test new features, upgrade plans, or offer comments. It could be more profitable for a corporation to concentrate on keeping them. The retention rate is equal to customers at the end of a period minus new customers divided by customers at the beginning of the period times 100. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the Net Promoter Score. The number of current customers who are likely to recommend your product to a friend or colleague is measured by a KPI called Net Promoter Score. It keeps track of the number of consumers that aren't interested in your goods, or detractors. Customers who give you a rating of 9 or 10 are the ones who will remain loyal to you. They sing psalms about your brand and are referred to be promoters or advocates. NPS equals the ratio of promoters to detractors. The specific definition of a good NPS score is ill-defined. The ideal NPS score does not exist. Depending on the industry, it varies. A firm in the electronics sector can have a higher NPS score than one in the telecom sector. The percentage of patrons who are inclined to suggest a product or promoters and those who disapprove of it, or detractors, is known as the Net Promoter Score. A high NPS promotes growth, and knowing how many customers are complaining might help a company identify a problem with the customer experience. This measure displays the most popular product features and may inspire teams to come up with fresh concepts for brand new features or improved UX design. Here's the equation. NPS is calculated as the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors. The next KPI used in product management is average revenue per user. The average revenue per user is the amount of money a business may anticipate from a single client. This is an excellent technique for an SaaS business to evaluate the effects of a new strategy, a new subscription plan, or a pricing change. Which client segments provide the greatest value may be determined by running the computation for several subgroups. This can provide information to investors about profitability levels, guide investment choices, and guarantee the business's financial stability. You may calculate the amount of money each user generates each month or year using ARPU. Knowing your ARPU may help you make decisions more easily when you are unsure of how to price a new product or when you want to raise the price of an already existing product. Both new users and current users can have their ARPU calculated. For a new user, ARPU refers to metrics that are based on accounts after the price of the product or subscription plan changed. But for an existing user, it relates to figures from before the price change. ARPU is calculated as monthly recurring revenue divided by total accounts. The next product management KPI is customer acquisition cost. The anticipated cost of acquiring one customer for your firm is known as the customer acquisition cost. Understanding the necessity of measuring CAC is essential if you plan to operate a firm for the long term. CAC covers the money you spend on advertising, overhead, the effort of the sales staff, software used, and other expenses. Only after you can figure out the entire amount spent on each client will you be able to estimate how much you will need to spend moving forward on bringing in new business. The cost of luring and acquiring a new talent is known as the customer acquisition cost. This includes the time, materials, cash, and effort needed to create leads and turn prospects into paying customers. The customer acquisition expenses might include the price of marketing supplies, sponsoring costs, cost of software marketing, salary levels for sales and marketing staff. CAC is the sum of all past and present cash outlays divided by the total past and present customers. The next product management KPI is customer lifetime value. You may estimate a customer's lifetime value to determine how much revenue they will provide overall. In essence, it provides you with a general sense of how much income you may expect from a client before they quit doing business with you. Customer lifetime value is a common metric for determining the potential revenue a business might derive from a client over time. The term customer lifetime refers to the typical length of time a customer supports a business. Value is the amount of money or profit that a client is worth. A firm may plan its economic stability and do financial forecasting using CLTV. Obtaining cash from investors might also be aided by it. Product managers may learn from CLTV how much money they can spend on acquiring and retaining customers. These expenses include those for lead creation, marketing, and retention tactics. They want to ensure that their expenditures are reasonable given the return on their investment. Establish the average customer lifetime and average revenue per user for your company to compute CLTV. CLTV equals average revenue per user times average customer lifetime. The next product management KPI is the number of customers acquired. The number is not reserved only for your sales and marketing staff. The quantity of customers you have obtained is a good sign that your product is successful. If the discrepancy between the amount you anticipate and the actual acquisition is significant, either your skills have been overestimated or the product hasn't yet gained much traction. You may use this to identify areas where the product may be improved. Learn more about the reasons why your product failed and then act right away to redesign it to get a broader appeal. The number of new users, new user percentage, and percentage rise in user base are a few of the product management KPIs to monitor that are connected to the acquisition. The next KPI used in product management is bounce rate. The percentage of people that visit one page on a website or app before leaving quickly is known as the bounce rate. This measure gives essential information about how users behave while interacting with a company's digital content. If a business has a high bounce rate, it should look for strategies to hold users' interest for longer. It is a statistic that assesses the proportion of people that access just one page before leaving the website or simply staying for a brief period. The bounce rate provides you a chance to improve the offering so that the visitor explores more pages and progresses farther down the sales funnel. You may boost the average user's focus on the website by using this statistic. The bounce rate should be decreased according to the product manager. The next KPI for product management is churn rate. The pace at which customers depart a business, or the churn rate, is the reverse of the retention rate. Particularly following a product modification, it provides information on client satisfaction. Two different turnover rates exist: client churn and churn in revenue. Customer churn refers to the number of users who have ceased using your services or canceling their subscriptions. The business's revenue lost as a result of client churn is measured by revenue churn. While we would suggest focusing more on customer turnover than revenue churn, the latter is still crucial because it may reveal a lot about customer happiness. Customer churn rate equals customers lost divided by total customers. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the customer satisfaction score. The level of a client's happiness with a product or service feature is known as the customer satisfaction score. Companies can identify it by conducting customer satisfaction surveys, which are typically rated on a scale of 1 to 10. This can assist managers and staff in determining how they might enhance their efforts to provide a better client experience. A leader can use it to decide whether they want to do a more in-depth qualitative examination of client happiness. CSC is a metric that assesses consumer satisfaction with a given commodity or service. Customers are asked to rate their satisfaction with a particular item or service using a rating scale in this kind of survey. This metric is calculated by adding the scores and dividing them by the total number of respondents. CSC gauges how satisfied a single feature or service is, whereas NPS gauges total satisfaction. To continually learn from the customer how they like utilizing a certain feature, use CSC frequently. Make sure you address their problems based on the feedback to provide them with compelling reasons to renew the product. The next KPI we have for product management is the number of users per session. A product manager may learn which aspects of an app are most used by monitoring the number of user activities every session. This is dependent upon the acts that a user repeats. This is particularly beneficial if a business is evaluating the use of a new website or application component. They can measure client interest in the modification to see whether it is intriguing or practical. KPIs are used to monitor if a product is still meeting client demands. This KPI monitors user activity on your website and mobile application. Any action they do and the characteristics they employ fall under this category. This is a potent KPI that may direct your approach to feature uptake. The next KPI is traffic. The volume of users who locate and assess websites are referred to as traffic. It may be organic, emerging spontaneously, or it may be paid, emerging as a result of sponsorship of content or the purchase of advertising space by a business. People that are in traffic are typically curious about a company and may eventually make a purchase. This is a useful indicator for assessing the success of your internet marketing. Additionally, it may be eye opening to know where your traffic comes from. You will be able to identify the most effective channels for you when you measure sponsored traffic. You will be able to identify which platforms perform best and which don't, if you have a variety of channels where you post content to generate organic traffic. Analyzing this measure will be fun for your marketing team. You should ask the user why there isn't more active participation if you see that the engagement rate is low. Send your clients questionnaires to learn where you are falling short and how you can enhance their experience to encourage them to utilize more of your product. Moving ahead, the next KPI used for product management is session duration. The amount of time a person spends interacting with a website during a session. Strategies to monitor the use of digital products include this kind of measure. Although revenue is not measured, customer involvement is, and this has a big influence on sales. The more a customer engages with a business's website and digital content, the more probable it is that they will purchase anything from that business. Online resources may offer vital information to prospective customers about the goods, goals, and values of a business. Longer session times demonstrate user interest in a website, which is beneficial. The success of a marketing campaign may be measured by user interactions, which can also foster brand loyalty. These kinds of measures that are centered on the customer are great strategies to increase financial performance. The number is crucial because it lets you know how valuable the information in your offering is. In the end, it will have an impact on client loyalty and retention rate. Adding new videos and links and enhancing your website's general design are the only ways to improve it. Session duration equals the total time users spend on your product divided by the number of users. The other KPI is daily and monthly active users. How many active daily and monthly users you have is an important product consumption measure. It demonstrates whether your product is compelling enough. You must select a time frame and kind of interaction when defining active users. Users are active if they complete the interaction within the specified time frame. You can think of them as inactive users if they don't. The number of unique users that visit your digital product on a daily or monthly basis is tracked by the daily active user and monthly active user counts. Daily active users are the daily total of active users. Users who are active each month are counted as monthly active users. To get a clear picture of how engaging your product is, compare your active users, daily and monthly, to your entire user base. The last KPI used for product management is rating on the App Store. Users may give your app a star rating on a scale of 1 to 5. The summary rating of your app, which appears on your product page and in search results, is based on user ratings. When you publish a new version of your app, you have the option to reset the summary rating, which is unique to each region on the App Store. However, we advise being cautious when using this function. Having few ratings may deter potential users from installing your app, even if refreshing the summary rating might guarantee that it matches the most recent version of your program, which can be advantageous if an update answers customers' prior issues. Now let's move ahead in our session and know the frameworks used for product management. So in this video, we will be discussing the two most important frameworks of product management, that is, HEART framework and R framework. So let's first understand the HEART framework. An approach to enhance software user experience is called the HEART framework. According to 5 indicators focused on the user, the framework aids businesses in assessing any part of their user experience. The HEART framework, which was created for user experience designers and researchers, may be a helpful technique for product managers, since it is centered on developing a deeper understanding of user behavior and user preferences. Google UX created the HEART framework 10 years ago as a means of precisely defining product KPIs. To enable data-driven decision-making, it aids in defining and delivering user-centered product metrics. The HEART framework may be used by product managers to prioritize features, assess the performance of a product, and make more data-driven product choices. The user's experience is measured by HEART. Instead of focusing on system or technology metrics like failures, we wish to pay more attention to user data like usage frequency. These categories include happiness, engagement, adoption, retention, task success. Adoption. The rate of users who finish the trial or onboarding process and switch to regular use is known as adoption. It tracks the success of your client acquisition and activation processes and enables you to pinpoint the factors that encourage repeat usage. Task success. To determine whether users can successfully execute their tasks using your solution, look at task success. Based on the findings of these tests, you may modify your app's functionality, such as the backend, to make sure information flows through it smoothly and delivers the outcomes users are looking for. Engagement. User activity is gauged via engagement. Depending on your product, this may include the number of sessions each week, the number of likes or downloads, the length of sessions, the number of transactions, as well as other metrics. It is vital to define, track, and monitor suitable user behaviors in your app. The findings will provide you invaluable insights into how people use your app, and you will be able to observe the effects of any changes you make. Retention. The percentage of people that often utilize your product is measured by retention. It's important to keep track of who is and isn't returning to your product and why, as negative retention, also known as churn, will affect how your product performs in the market. Happiness. Users' levels of happiness reflect their opinions of your product. It is a way to gauge how satisfied users are, and methods include surveys, in-app reviews, and Net Promoter Score, or NPS. This is quite helpful when determining how customers feel about the most recent version of your product or the addition of a new feature. This may then affect the features you decide to preserve and the ones you decide to create. Now, coming toward the end of our session, let's learn about the R framework. One of the most often used frameworks for measuring growth and success in SaaS and startup businesses is the R model. The Pirate metrics, or Pirate framework, are other names for it. It was first proposed by David McClure, the founder of Practical Venture Capital. It divides your client lifecycle into 5 phases and correlates each with relevant KPIs, starting with the initial point of contact and continuing until a potential customer converts to a paying one. This will offer you a clear understanding of which stages of the client lifecycle are succeeding and where there is room for improvement in your conversion funnel. R is a startup metric approach created by entrepreneur and angel investor David McClure, often known as startup metrics for pirates. You may improve the user experience for your customers by using these metrics, which reflect all consumer activity patterns. They let you measure conversions more accurately and concentrate on the best channels. The nicest part about R is that it doesn't require any technological expertise, making it simple to comprehend for both seasoned entrepreneurs embarking on new projects and for newcomers with brand new enterprises. In short, it exists to assist you in making better data-driven decisions and achieving success by maximizing each of the 5 criteria. And if you comprehend them, you'll be able to see any issues with your startup straight away, as well as what specifically isn't working and how to correct it. By doing this, you may prevent basing choices on guesswork or on bad information. The 5 stages of your client's lifecycle are referred to as R, which are acquisition, where do customers come from? Activation, the process of converting acquired clients into engaged ones. Retention, how to entice potential clients to return. Referral, techniques for encouraging clients to endorse your offerings. Revenue, how to convert prospective clients into paying clients. Acquisition, in essence, you want individuals to register for something. For instance, you could want someone to register for a free trial. Keep up strong traffic acquisition. You need to make sure your website is receiving qualified leads. The fact is, if you have a good amount of focused visits each month, you don't need a ton of leads to obtain clients. Save your time. Establish your target demographic and conduct a campaign to build anticipation for the launch. When customers are waiting for your product to launch, gaining new customers will be simpler. You must provide your audience with value if you want your advertising to be effective. For instance, you provide an automated email marketing service. In this situation, a smart place to start is an online network for experts in email marketing. To pique interest and discreetly promote your product to the audience, publish engaging pieces regarding email marketing growth techniques. Activation. The value and happiness a firm provides at this stage mark the beginning of a connection with a consumer. And whether or not that relationship progresses further down the funnel will depend on those factors. The number of people who do a certain action, such as seeking additional information, subscribing to a YouTube channel, or making a purchase, may be used to assess activation. The number of customers or users who have been activated would be divided by the total number of people that viewed the website, or etc., to arrive at a formula that would be helpful at this point. Retention. Retention is essential to economic success for any organization that wants to endure for a long time. This is because the most significant measure of how much people value your product or service is retention. Depending on the pricing range of your goods, attracting first-time buyers or customers may not be challenging because people make impulsive purchases every day. A subsequent purchase or engagement, however, shows that the customer was satisfied and that the item or service matched their needs. Businesses use many techniques for measuring retention, however, such as annual recurring revenue, monthly recurring revenue, customer churn, repeat purchase ratio, and time between purchases may be approaches to gauge client base retention. Referral. Referrals are one of the last components of the pirate funnel. It is crucial to remember that many graphic representations of the funnel include an arrow called acquisition that loops up from the bottom back to the top. And this is because a perfect funnel would be a loop or a customer cycle that keeps bringing in new clients while maintaining existing ones. Successful referrals may be especially crucial since they are a less expensive method of acquiring customers than traditional marketing. And because of the impact of family and friends, they are frequently predisposed to brand loyalty if individuals in their circle are already customers. There are no ideal measures for this statistic. However, several metrics, such as number of active users sharing invites, can assist a firm when they start tracking referrals. Many times, people fail to mention that they were recommended, or a user who receives an invite from a friend may take months or even years to activate. Nevertheless, a good referral program may be demonstrated by reduced customer attrition, sustained growth, and overall program success. Revenue. Although money is transferred earlier in the customer lifecycle, revenue may be unreliable if the preceding phases aren't completed and measured. For this reason, revenue is frequently shown as the last step in the pirate funnel. Rapid revenue production is less important for a company's success than effective marketing and initiatives to keep customers and get them to recommend others. The ability to track income correctly is essential for a business to succeed. And while being aware of total revenue after cost is crucial, it only represents a small portion of the full picture. To get a full view of a company's success and make informed financial decisions, it's important to evaluate income across a variety of user, product, and service categories. So far, you've learned a lot about product management metrics and KPIs. So here's a question for you all. Which metrics would you prefer to measure a product if it's good to go or not? Do let us know in the comments below. And if you have any questions regarding product management metrics or KPI, then do let us know in the comments below.
Let us now start by understanding what product vision actually means. If you look up online, you might find complicated explanations like it's the emotional future idea of a company. But let me make it easier for you. Your product vision is basically your big goal, what you want to achieve with your product or the impact you want to make. For example, Elon Musk's vision for Tesla is to become the top car company for the 21st century. That's their product vision, their destination. Some people mix up vision with why of a product, but they're not the same. Your vision is where you're headed, while the why is the reason behind aiming for the future. In business, we call this reason the mission. So if your vision is where you're going, the mission is why you're going there. Having a clear vision is very important in product development for two reasons. Firstly, it motivates your team and stakeholders by giving them an exciting goal to aim for. And it helps you to make smart decisions about what to build and what not to build. With a clear vision, you can steer your product in the right direction and make sure everyone is on the same page. We will now understand what is product roadmap. A product roadmap basically outlines your objectives, guiding you towards achieving your goals for a product. It's a strategic plan that details the necessary steps and timelines needed for accomplishing tasks. Product roadmaps play a very crucial role as they assist in prioritizing and planning ahead at each stage of product development. They connect the overarching product strategy with the specific tasks and activities carried out by the team. For example, let's say you're creating a new mobile app. Your product roadmap would outline all the key features you want to include, like user login, messaging, and photo sharing. It will also break down when each feature needs to be developed, tested, and released to users. Here, the product roadmap helps us to stay on track and reach our destination, launching a successful app. Let's discuss the key features and functions of a product roadmap. Firstly, the roadmap serves as a high-level plan, charting the course from concept to final release. It lays out the key milestones, deliverables, and timelines the team needs to hit, which are shared with stakeholders and developers to ensure everyone understands the plan and stays on the track. Regularly updating and consulting the roadmap keeps the team focused on the big picture and the ultimate goal. A vital function of the roadmap is to prioritize product initiatives and features. By defining what will be built and when, the roadmap enables the team to focus their efforts on the most impactful and strategic elements, allocating resources efficiently. The roadmap also communicates the product strategy to stakeholders, from executives to the sales team. This visual representation fosters buy-in and collaboration across the organization. Roadmaps play a key role in managing expectations by outlining planned releases and feature rollouts and settling clear expectations for customers. Lastly, the best roadmaps incorporate flexibility, adapting to changing market conditions, customer feedback, and new strategic priorities aligned with evolving business needs. We will now explore different types of product roadmaps and how they help us to achieve our product goals. At first, we have portfolio roadmap. This roadmap provides a broad overview of stages for multiple products. Imagine you're overseeing a company that develops both mobile apps and platforms. Here, the portfolio roadmap will help you to see the big picture, what's happening across your product portfolio. Second, we have strategy roadmap, which emphasizes high-level initiatives and efforts to meet product goals. For example, it might include goals like improving user experience, expanding product offerings, or enhancing customer support. Third, we have release roadmap, which breaks down the task and timeline to finalize a product's creation. This could include steps like designing user interfaces, coding functionalities, testing for bugs, and finally releasing updates to app stores. Features roadmap. This roadmap basically shows features and timelines of when product features will be released. It helps ensure the development efforts are aligned with the planned feature releases. Next, we have sprint roadmap. It is used when the Agile framework to plan the team efforts during a sprint. For instance, if your team is working in a 2-week sprint to add new features to a website, this sprint roadmap would outline who is responsible for which task during that time frame. Next, we will now understand how to create a product roadmap. Creating an effective product roadmap doesn't have to be complicated. With a well-crafted roadmap, you can bring clarity and focus to your product development journey. Remember to define your purpose, identify your audience, and be ready to adapt along the way. Let me walk you through the 7 key steps. The first step is to define your product purpose. What are the main goals and objectives you're trying to achieve with this product? Get really clear on the core purpose. This will serve as the foundation of your roadmap. Next, identify your audience who will be using the product and referencing the roadmap. Understanding your key stakeholders from executives to customers will help you tailor the roadmap to meet their specific needs and expectations. Third, gather input and feedback from the stakeholders. Talk to your customers, your sales team, and your developers. Get their insights on what's the most important to include in the roadmap. This collaborative approach will result in more well-rounded plan. The fourth step is to determine the main theme or pillars of your product roadmap. These are the high-level categories or focus areas that will guide your development efforts. Things like new features, product enhancements, or infrastructure improvements. Once you have those key themes identified, you can break them down into more specific, actionable items. These are the individual tasks, milestones, and deliverables that will bring each theme to life over time. With your theme and action being defined, you can then choose the right format for your roadmap. Will it be a visual timeline, a table of initiatives? The format should make it easy for your audience to quickly understand the plan. Finally, remember that your roadmap is not set in stone. Review it regularly and update it as needed to reflect changes in your business market or customer needs. Flexibility is key to ensuring your roadmap remains relevant and valuable. Follow these 7 steps and you'll be well on your way to creating a product roadmap that aligns your team, excites your stakeholders, and ultimately drives your product success. We will now discuss the 5 free tools for creating a product roadmap. You must now be wondering how to create effective product roadmap. Well, I'm now going to share you the top 5 free tools that you can use to build your roadmap and keep your product development on track. First up, we have Trello. Trello is a versatile project management tool that also happens to have some great roadmap templates that you can use. Next, we have Notion, a collaborative workspace that includes roadmap templates in their free plan. Next, we have got Jira, which is a popular tool that can be leveraged for creating and managing effective product roadmaps. Of course, we can't forget the classic Microsoft Excel and PowerPoint. This tried and true spreadsheet tool may not have all the bells and whistles, but it's a very simple and effective way to map out your product roadmap. We will now discuss how to make a product roadmap in Excel. Today, I'm going to walk you through step-by-step process to build one using Microsoft Excel. Let me illustrate with an example. Step 1. The first thing you'll do is to map out your overall strategy. Identify the key components you need to include in your roadmap. These could be things like product phases, future releases, or team responsibilities. Get these main elements listed out in the column. This will be on the vertical axis of your roadmap. Step 2. You'll want to set up a timeline across the top of your spreadsheet. The horizontal axis will serve as a time reference for your roadmap. You can break this down in months, quarters, or any other time increments that make sense for your project. Step number 3. Now it's time to start building out the visual elements of your roadmap. Create swim lanes to group related tasks and initiatives. You can even add sub-swim lanes to break things down even further. This helps organize a roadmap and make it easier to digest at a glance. In our roadmap example, we have listed a few project steps, breaking down the implementation step into phases, that is phase 1, phase 2, and also phase 3. Step number 4. Within each swim lane, we'll start add some shapes to represent the different components of your product roadmap. Go to Insert Shapes and then select the shape you would like to insert. Step number 5. Draw the shape by placing the cursor on the needed position and drag it to draw. Adjust the width of these shapes to align with your timeline and visually communicate the timing to each initiative of milestone. Step number 6. Move multiple shapes at once. To do so, click on the desired items after pressing and holding the Control key and drag and drop them into the new position. Next, we have Format Shapes. Right-click on any shape and then open the right side Format Shape menu. Step number 7. Do not forget to add clear descriptions to your shape. Double-click on any of the shape and start typing to provide the details of the element you want to represent. You can even style the text to make it pop. Next, in this step, we will incorporate the key milestones into your roadmap. Add these as a distinct shapes and group them with text boxes so you can easily move them around as needed. And there you have it, a comprehensive product roadmap built entirely in Excel. The beauty of this approach is the flexibility it provides. You can easily update, rearrange, and refine your roadmap as your product evolves. Give it a try and let me know if you have any other questions. Did you know that 75% of product launches fail due to poor market planning? A great product is only the beginning. Without a solid go-to-market strategy, even the most innovative ideas can get lost in the crowd. The good news, with the right GTM strategy, you can ensure your product reaches the right audience, stands out from competitors, and drives your business forward. Today, AI and generative AI are transforming how businesses craft and execute GTM strategies. From automating customer insights to creating targeted marketing content, AI is helping businesses launch faster and smarter. These technologies enable you to gather market insights, predict trends, and automate large parts of marketing funnel, leaving your team free to focus on more strategic moves. Take Dropbox, for example, competing with giants like Google Drive and OneDrive. They used a product-led growth strategy and a referral program to grow their user base without massive ad spend. Now imagine how faster they could have scaled with AI-powered analytics and generative AI for personalized messaging. AI is reshaping digital marketing and making GTM strategies more effective than ever. By the end of this video, you will understand key GTM strategies, how to define your market, and execute your plan like a pro. So let us first start by understanding what is a go-to-market strategy framework. In simple terms, it's a step-by-step process for bringing a product or service to market. It answers key questions like who we are selling to, how do we reach them, and how do we stand out from competitors. For example, let's say you're launching a new project management tool. Your GTM framework would help you identify your target market, maybe small business or startups. Figure out how to communicate the benefits of your tool and decide whether you'll focus on inbound marketing or outbound sales to get the word out. We will understand inbound marketing and outbound sales in the upcoming topic. The GTM framework aligns everyone on your team and gives you a clear plan to follow from start to finish. Now, first, we have to understand how to define your market. This is all about figuring out who you are selling to. A common mistake businesses make is trying to sell to everyone. But in reality, you need to narrow down your target market. Let's say you have developed a new fitness app. Instead of targeting all fitness enthusiasts, you could define your market as busy professionals who want quick, effective workouts. This helps you focus your marketing efforts and craft more tailored message. The more specific you get, the better you can target your audience and connect with their needs. So now, the next step is to define your why. Your value proposition is essentially why people should choose you. It's the unique benefit your product offers that your competitors can't match. Let's go back to the fitness app example. Your value proposition might be we help busy professionals squeeze in a 15-minute workout that's just as effective as a full hour in the gym. You're not just offering fitness, but also offering convenience and time saving, which speaks directly to your audience. A well-defined value proposition makes it clear why your product matters and why your audience should care. Let's go back to the fitness app example. Your value proposition might be we help busy professionals squeeze in a 15-minute workout that's just as effective as a full hour in the gym. You're not just offering fitness, but also convenience and time saving, which speaks directly to your audience. A well-defined value proposition makes it clear why your product matters and why your audience should care. The next step is positioning. Positioning is all about figuring out where your product fits in the market and how you will differentiate from the competition. Let's say you're launching a premium skincare line. Your positioning might focus on the high-end natural ingredients you use, which differentiate you from the mass market products. Your positioning helps set the stage for your pricing, branding, and overall market strategy. So what are the 5 go-to-market strategies? When it comes to launching a product or entering a new market, there are 5 primary go-to-market strategies, which businesses typically use. The strategy allows you to choose which depends on your product, target market, and overall business goals. Let's break down each strategy with examples so that you can see how they play out in real life. The first is inbound marketing. So this marketing attracts customers by creating valuable content that addresses their needs and pain points. Over time, potential customers find your content organically through search engines or social media. For example, HubSpot mastered inbound marketing by providing free resources like blogs and webinars. Their content is optimized for search engines, leading small businesses to their site, where they eventually convert to customers. This marketing is best for companies which is investing in long-term content creation and SEO to attract organic leads. The second is outbound sales. Outbound sales involve directly reaching out to prospects through cold calls, emails, and demos. This approach is more direct and aggressive, targeting high-value clients. For example, Salesforce uses outbound sales by targeting decision makers at large enterprises with personalized outreach, scheduling demos, and closing deals through direct interaction. This type of marketing is best for B2B companies which target enterprise clients that require personalized engagement. The third is product-led growth. In product-led growth, the product itself drives growth. A freemium model lets users try the product for free, with upgrades to premium features based on the product's value. Example Slack, which offers a free version of its platform, allowing teams to experience its benefits before upgrading to a paid version for more features. So, this type of marketing is best for software as a service companies, which is focused on user experience and self serve onboarding. The fourth is channel sales. Channel sales rely on third party partners, resellers, distributors to sell your product, which allows you to reach market you couldn't through direct sales alone. For example, Microsoft partners with resellers to sell products like Office 365, bundling their software with other services to reach more customers. So this type of marketing is best for companies which is looking to scale quickly through third-party networks. Fifth is account-based marketing. Account-based marketing focuses on targeting high-value accounts with personalized marketing and sales efforts. It is tailored approach designed to build deep relationship with key clients. Example, Snowflake targets large enterprises like finance and healthcare companies, crafting personalized content and outreach to address their specific needs. This type of marketing is best for B2B companies, which targets large enterprises where personalization is key to closing deals. Now that we have discussed the top 5 marketing strategies, let's now talk about important step, which is understanding the competition. Knowing your competition is crucial to understand the successful go-to-market strategy. You need to ask who else is solving the same problem and how they're doing it. Once you understand your competition, you can figure out how to differentiate yourself. For example, if you are selling a new project management tool, you might find that the competitors offer more features, but they are too complicated for small businesses. So your strategy could be offering more simpler, user-friendly tool specifically designed for startups and small businesses. The next step is messaging. Your messaging is how you communicate your value to your audience. It's important to keep your message clear and consistent across all the channels. Think of messaging as the story you tell about your product. What makes your product special? How will it improve your customer's life? This messaging needs to come across in your website, email, ads, and even in sale conversations. For example, if your value proposition is about saving time, your messaging might say, get fit in just 15 minutes a day. No gym required. This directly speaks to your audience pain point of not having enough time for long workouts. Next step is execution. Now it's time to put everything into action. You have defined your market, crafted your messaging, and figured out how to stand out from the competition. Your execution could involve inbound marketing like content, social media, and SEO. Outbound sales through cold outreach or email campaigns. Partnerships with other businesses that reach your target audience. For example, if you're using inbound marketing, you might create helpful blog posts or videos that address your audience's pain points and lead them to your product. If you're using outbound, you'll want a highly targeted email campaign that resonates with potential customers.
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is the product and product management, and then what is project and project management. Moving forward, we'll understand who is a product manager and a project manager. Following that, we'll take a look at the difference between product manager and project manager. Next, we'll have a detailed look at the roles and responsibilities and the skills required to start a career as a product manager and a project manager. For choosing any professional career, it is important to have certified knowledge of that profession. So we'll also take a look at the certifications required for both product managers and project managers. We'll also talk about how a product manager and a project manager work together. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of a product manager and a project manager. So without any further delay, let's get started and know what is a product. A product is offered to deliver its services to the users by putting efforts to be produced. For example, Google Maps for directional services. It can also be defined as a tangible item that an alliance creates to serve the customer's need. For example, Uber for taxi services. A product is designed to create customers' value by solving their problems with convenient evolution. And it doesn't have any explicit life cycle and has more permanence, which means that a product doesn't have any fixed end date and needs continuous discovery and development. Now let's understand what is product management. So, product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing, designing, and development to branding of the product. The product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profit of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirement and creating blueprints, and development of the product as per the requirement. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customers' feedback, and then only the price of the product is finalized. Now that we have an idea of product and product management, let's take a look at what is a project. A project is something that results in the product as an outcome. It is a fleeting effort commenced to construct a remarkable product or service. It can also be defined as the process of providing services to the user by focusing on scope, resources, and quality of the output. All the products have a team to work on, a budget to complete the task under a specific amount, a schedule to follow, and some expectations to meet the need of the customers. We can also determine a project as the process of executing a plan which involves taking requirements of the customers and building the solution. Projects are the temporary efforts to meet the need of the business to organize by providing services to the user. Now let's move further and understand what is project management. So, project management is defined as the process of planning and organizing the resources of the company to complete a specific task. Project management plays the same role irrespective of the belonging industry. It is the role that specifies product of an organization. The main objective of project management is to determine the goals and objective of the project. It also creates a quality assurance check to ensure the standards of the project. It is the approach of applying skills and techniques to complete a project as per customers' requirement. And it helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary constraints of project management are time, cost, scope, and quality. Now let's know more about product and product managers. So let's move further and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is a person in an organization that is responsible for product development as per the customer's requirement. The manager allows the task to the development team and manages the coordination regarding the product developed between the customers and the developers. The product manager monitors the product and the market and develop the competitive analysis. The product manager is an association between the business, developers, and the users of the product. Now let's understand who is a project manager. A project manager is an individual who plans and organizes the resources needed for the project and looks after the specific need of a project of an organization. The product manager determines the goals and objectives of the project by approaching skills and techniques needed to complete a particular project. The project manager helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary task of a project manager is to determine the scope of the project by using different methodologies of product management. For example, Agile, SCRUM, Prince2, etc. The manager leads the project throughout the life cycle of the project, from initiation to planning to executing to monitoring and controlling to closing of the project. Now, let's move further and understand the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with the all-around needs of the product, from strategizing to branding of the product. On the other hand, the project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on work coordination. The product manager owns the what, and the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas the project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. The product manager deals with the external market operations, whereas the project manager deals with the internal operations of an organization. The product manager manages the product till its complete success, whereas the project manager manages the project till it's delivered to the customers. So far, we have understood about product managers and project managers. So here's a question for you guys. What is the another title for a project manager? Do let us know in the comment section below. Now let's take a look at the responsibilities of product managers. The product manager manages the product throughout the life cycle, from initial stage of planning to the final stage of complete success of the project. The product manager strategizes the product by planning for the particular product. It's the product manager's responsibility to create customers' value by fulfilling the customer's requirement for a product. And the manager builds the roadmap for a product following which the product is created. The manager manages the specifying functional requirements to lead the team about the product. And the manager continuously manages and monitors the development of the product. And once the product is approved, it is sent out in the wild for branding and launching into the market. Let's proceed and know the responsibilities of project manager. The project manager evaluates the initial intakes that are necessary for a project. To finish the project on time, the project manager makes sure that the project is delivered to the customers on time. To manage the performance of the team by continuously monitoring and controlling the work in the team. To manage the proper communication and coordination in the team. To achieve the goal and objective of the project within the given time period. To meet the customer's requirement and make them happy. For being a product manager, one must have all the skills that are required for the profession. So let's know what are the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. Skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking. The manager must be able to plan successful future for the product. Leadership skills. The manager must have the skills to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. Time management. The manager must be good at managing the time and complete the task under the given time period. Empathy skills. The manager must be able to understand the employee's mindset and thinking. Communication skills. The manager must be able to communicate easily with others in order to understand the other person and make him understand his own perspective. Analytics skills. The manager must have the ability to gather information about the product and analyze the information by having a market research about that. Presentation skills. The manager must be good at presenting his thoughts in a creative and attractive ways. Customer orientation. The manager must know how to put the needs of the customers over the needs of the business. Self-confidence. The manager must have self-confidence because only then he or she will be able to lead the team. Now, Let's know what are the skills necessary for a project manager. The skills that are necessary for a project manager are: the project manager must have a good knowledge of project management methodologies. For example, Waterfall, Agile, Scrum, Prince2, and many more. Risk management. The manager must be able to identify and control the threats to the organization's earning and capitals. Basic knowledge of project management tools. The manager must have the basic knowledge of project management tools, for example, dashboards, reporting, timesheets, and many more. Cost management. The manager must be good at managing the project cost to provide maximum benefits to the organization. Adaptability. To become a manager, one must be able to adjust to different conditions and circumstances. Critical thinking. The manager must be able to think rationally and understand the logical relationship between the ideas. Now let's move on and know what are the certifications available for a product manager. The certification that fits best for product managers are: Product School Product Management Certification. The Product School offers two types of product management certification. One is Product Manager Certification and the other one is Senior Product Manager Certification. The Product Manager certifications help learners to learn how to build digital product end to end, from discovery to optimization, and to develop a portfolio project with the help of your instructor. And the Senior Project Manager certification assists the product managers to enhance your technical hard skills and learn to leakage advantage to make informed decision and build strategic skill set to help guide your team in context of the marketplace. Pragmatic Institute Project Management Certification. The certification concentrates on defining the roles and responsibilities, focuses on the right feedback from the right sources, and building buyers' products. It also pledges the product managers will accumulate functional skills, tools, and templates in the field of management. The institute has its branches in over 50 plus countries and have over 10,000 plus hiring companies covering the topmost MNCs as well. The institute provides provision methodologies, adaptable resources, battle tested strategies, and the world class support to the organizations. Simplilearn Professional Certification in Product Management. Simplilearn's professional certification in product management is one of the top 4 worldwide certified programs in product management. This course is in partnership with SP Jain School of Global Management and involves 4 months of rigorous live training with SP Jain top faculties across Australia, Dubai, and India, along with live sessions from top product leaders. This program prepares you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum covering all the aspects of product management and educates you on the latest industry trends, advancements, and related industry applications from top products experts via live sessions. The program provides a 150% salary hike and is connected with 2,900 plus hiring partners. The program will take you towards product strategy, new product ideations, product development, product lifecycle management, design thinking, UI UX, and many more different concepts of product management. The top companies that are hiring product managers via the Simplilearn product management course are Amazon, Microsoft, Google, IBM, Adobe, LinkedIn, Deloitte, Airbus, and many more. Now let's take a look at the certifications available for project managers. The certification that are fit for project managers are: Project Management Professional, that is PMP. Project Management Professional is an international acknowledged professional designation proposed by the Project Management Institute. Gaining a PMP certification can help you and acquisition in your professional and personal growth. The PMP certification can help you showcase your skills and get your work globally recognized. It allows you to prove your experience and competence to lead and direct projects. PMI Agile Certified Practitioners. The PMI ACP training empowers you to become a skilled Agile professional with knowledge of broad range of Agile methodologies. ACP is PMI's fastest growing certification, and recently ACP PMI has been updated with additional of the Agile Practice Guide. Certified Association in Product Management. The Certified Association in Project Management is a vendor-neutral entry-level certification to help individuals formulate project management skills. It is one of the several certifications issued by the non-profit Project Management Institute, that is PMI. Certified Scrum Master. The CSM certification course is focused on providing an improved understanding of Scrum methodologies and their implementation. It helps you to become a certified Scrum Master, a designation offered by Scrum Alliance to which who you have completed a CSM certification course and demonstrate their understanding by passing the exam. Project in controlled environments. It is also known as Prince2. Prince2 or Project in Controlled Manner Environment certification is a process-based project management method that offers a systematic approach to delivering a successful project with clear templates, processes, and steps. So far we have understood a lot about how product managers are different from project managers. Now let's understand how product managers and project managers work together. So, a product manager sets the trajectory for a project by creating visions of the and goals by doing market research and knowing the customer's requirement. And the project manager brings these visions and goals into the reality by working on the projects and develop the products. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before we wind up, let's know what is the average salary of product managers and project managers. The average salary of product manager in India is approximately 10 lakhs and in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000. The average salary of project managers is 10 lakhs in India and in US it is $75,000 for a freshers and $140,000 for an experienced person in US. Let us know which profession you are aiming for. Do let us know in the comment section below.
Product managers and product owners are two terms that may sound quite similar, but when it comes to roles and responsibilities and the work focus, both terms are way too different from each other. So let's move ahead with this session and understand the difference between product managers and product owners. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. And before we move on with our session, here's a question for all of you. Which organization are you planning to join as a product manager? Do let us know in the comments section below. Today we'll start this session by understanding who is a product manager, and then we'll understand who is a product owner. Moving ahead, we'll understand what is the focus of both roles, and then we'll know the skills necessary for a product manager and a product owner. Then we'll understand the difference between product managers and product owners. And then we'll discuss the switching in the roles. And then we'll understand, does an organization need both roles? And stick to the end because we will wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of both product managers and product owners. Now let's start this session and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is the one who defines what success looks like for a product, articulates what that success looks like in terms of a product, and rallies a team to make that vision a reality. They do this by determining the customer need and the more significant business objectives a product or feature will accomplish. Product management is responsible for strategically directing the creation, introduction to the market, ongoing maintenance, and enhancement of a company's products. The long-term strategy, product vision, market trends, and the discovery of new opportunities are the primary responsibilities of a product manager. To ensure a product's effective launch, product managers oversee tasks and groups of people. In addition to conducting user research, this expert sets a long-term product strategy and a product roadmap and decides which features to include. Although it's frequently not clearly defined, the position of a product manager, or PM, is crucial and critical in many businesses. All product managers lead the development of products and are ultimately in charge of the success of those products, even if the duties of PMs vary quite a bit among industries and enterprises. Product managers monitor the market and conduct competitive analysis while serving as a point of contact between a company's business, its developers, and its customers. A product manager can be anyone with the right mindset who is curious and willing to learn. The manager collaborates closely with the development team and is in charge of coordinating the efforts of all groups working on a product, including the engineering, design, marketing, and sales teams. Production must be regularly tracked and managed to ensure that it meets quality standards and client specifications. Now let's understand who is a product owner. A product owner is a specialist who makes certain a development team completes duties that enhance a product. Additionally, they act in the client's and their consumers' best interest. The position is derived from SCRUM Project Management, a framework for setting up the team dynamics and duties for a project. The backlog, or list of necessary work, is likewise managed by the product owners. To help their team know what to focus on, the product owner lists each step in the backlog along with a description of what it requires. These experts consequently frequently possess extraordinary strategic and communication abilities. A product owner acts as the organization's point of contact when using Scrum to keep all sections of the business updated on a project's progress. A key position, called product owner, is in charge of speaking on behalf of the development team's interests to the client. Their responsibility is to guarantee that a user advocate attends development meetings. Representing the customer's interests to the development team is the responsibility of a strategic role. They ensure a user advocate is present at all development meetings. The product owner is in charge of preserving and enhancing the product roadmap to maximize the value of the goods. The primary point of contact for the design team to identify the product specs is the product owner. This product roadmap will consist of a prioritized list of client requirements. It is the responsibility and accountability of this expert to identify and prioritize user needs. Now, let's understand what both roles focus on. So let's begin with knowing what a product manager focuses on. The following categories can be used to organize some of the product manager's tasks. Number 1, by doing user research and revealing key insights, learn what users need. Number 2, develop the long-term vision and plan for the product. Number 3, bring the team together around a unified product roadmap. Number 4, choose the upcoming features to be built. Number 5, offer clients features that work and make them happy. Number 6, promote alignment concerning the overall strategy and direction of the product across the team, partners, and external stakeholders. Number 7, examining client needs. Number 8, researching a good, service, rival, or market. Number 9, collecting and evaluating customer reviews of a product or service. Now let's know, what does a product owner focus on? The only person in charge of backlog grooming is the product owner. The product owner also does the following in addition to that. Number 1, prioritizes the user stories and organizes them in the product backlog based on the user pains and problems the customers are experiencing. Number 2, to make sure that the development team knows what to work on next, the team builds and prioritizes production processes. Number 3, participates in all Scrum and Agile meetings to make sure that the development activity is in line with the roadmap established by the product manager. Number 4, conveys to the development team the customer's voice. Number 5, input to the product manager on the validated roadmap. Number 6, Transform the project manager's goals into actionable tasks. Number 7, make these jobs part of the employee's everyday obligations. Number 8, user stories should be written for the development team. Number 9, maximization of the value of the product produced by the development team's efforts. Now let's move this session toward the responsibilities of both roles. Now let's see what are the responsibilities of a product manager. To maintain, develop, and increase the sales of current products, a product manager must communicate with several internal and external business stakeholders. They also must do research and come up with ideas for new products based on their interactions and experiences. A product manager must do market research, undertake margin analysis, and evaluate performance to analyze product demand, positioning, and profitability, as well as forecast future trends. Product managers also make pricing, branding, and other decisions. The very first responsibility of a product manager is monitoring competitors. Finding and analyzing your competitors' products, prices, and sales and marketing strategies is known as competitive monitoring, sometimes known as competitive analysis. The next responsibility of the product manager is understanding the user's needs. It is your duty as a product manager to determine the target market and to understand the people who use your service or your users and what they want to do to build a solution that works for them. The next responsibility is assembling market research and competition data. By conducting market research, you might meet clients for your company. Investigating your competitors may enable you to set your business apart. For a competitive edge for your small business, figure out how to combine them. To learn more about the market, product managers speak with data scientists. The next responsibility is monitoring internal stakeholders. Monitoring stakeholders is the process of looking closely at stakeholder relationships for products, tailoring engagement tactics for stakeholders through changes to engagement strategies and plans, and observing and managing the team. Translation: transferring information from the design team to the development team. The next responsibility of a product manager is to achieve the product goals and objectives. Product goals translate the product vision into specific, measurable objectives. They are quite detailed in terms of your product's performance after it is completed and how you'll measure it. The last responsibility of the product manager is depicting the parameters for product accomplishment. By providing the metrics and data, one may obtain a sense of how to position the product successfully in the market. Now let's move toward the responsibilities of a product owner. Both product owners and managers are involved in the process of developing new products, but their responsibilities are distinct in terms of how they accomplish objectives and where they are located at various stages of the process. The very first responsibility of product owners is engaging stakeholders. Product owners often collaborate with internal stakeholders inside the business. They oversee important interactions with managers, their departments, and the board of directors. To develop the goods and provide answers, these experts gather data from various parties. To enhance user stories in the backlog, a product owner may speak with end users directly. When developing a product, taking into account the viewpoints of many professionals and customers may help both roles perform their responsibilities more successfully. Moving on to the next responsibility of a product owner is taking care of obligations. Product owners concentrate more narrowly on small-scale activities. Product owners are in charge of a project's day-to-day operations and details, while product managers focus on the project as a whole. To assure product fulfillment, these experts may, for example, oversee the manufacturing team, create a backlog, and work with warehouses. The next responsibility of a product owner is analyzing customers. Similar research is conducted by product owners to understand the needs and preferences of the target market, but they are also in charge of teaching the whole team about these topics. Product owners in Scrum teams see to it that all team members incorporate consumer perspectives while creating or updating these features. Along with the product manager, they also help the backlog be optimized based on client input and check to see if a product adequately incorporates it. Moving forward, The next responsibility of a product owner is directing group efforts. Product owners often collaborate with teams daily to make sure they correctly follow a plan and meet backlog requirements. As a consequence, they could collaborate with product managers to choose the most important features and the most suitable schedule. Additionally, these experts could let designers know what is expected of them and assist them in creating mockups or prototypes. The next responsibility of a product owner is product backlog management. The product owner must compile the backlog of items and prioritize them following the overarching strategy and corporate goals. The product owner will also need to map out project dependencies to determine the proper order of development. But the product backlog isn't just a list of things to accomplish. It's a dynamic document that has to be updated often in response to changing project requirements as it develops. And the last responsibility of a product owner is observing the stages of development. The product owner should devote a substantial amount of time to managing the actual creation of the product once the vision, strategy, and product priorities have been established. They play a significant role in all phases of the event, including planning, fine tuning, reviewing, and sprinting. The Agile product owner collaborates with stakeholders throughout the planning phases to determine and arrange the tasks necessary for the following iteration. After that, they will get together with their team to polish the procedure, pinpoint any problems, and assist with the sprint. Now let's move on to the skills of both product managers and product owners. So let's begin with skills required by a product manager. Strategic thinking. Understanding your position in the market, concentrating on the goals, and seeing chances can help you plan and build tactics. Leadership skills. The capacity of a person to inspire and guide a team of others working together to accomplish a common objective. And time management. The capacity to effectively manage time so that the product may be delivered in the allotted time. Empathy skills. The capacity to relate to and comprehend the ideas and feelings of another person. Empathy requires placing oneself in the other person's position. Communication skills. How one interacts with others and the act of imparting knowledge. Our ability to communicate effectively allows us to provide information in a way that the audience can comprehend it. Presentation skills. The capacity to convey in an engaging, original, and visually appealing manner. Now let's move ahead and know the skills required by product owners. Design reasoning. To promote product breakthroughs, product owners must feel at ease creating hypothesis-driven development environments. Analytical skills. The management, evaluation, and approval of the product backlog should be the top priority for a product owner. For this reason, they need to be adept analysts who can review product problems and upgrades critically and come up with logical remedies rapidly. Cooperation abilities. Product owners, who act as liaisons between SCRUM teams, must be at ease with continual engagement. They should prioritize cooperation and be at ease with delegating, dispute resolution, and interacting with people of all temperaments and emotions. Decision making. Another essential ability for product owners is decision making. The product owner, a senior member of a product development team, makes several choices every day, including choosing which items to add to the product backlog, how to rank them, and how to inform the team of these decisions. Resolution of disputes. The resolution of disputes is the capacity to resolve problems using established techniques or developing new ones. Because of the many parties engaged in the project, disputes may arise often for you as the product owner during the product development cycle. Aptitude for learning. One of the most crucial qualities for product owners to have is an aptitude for learning. It's crucial to be abreast of the most recent market trends, customer demands, and corporate requirements. Moving on with our session, let's understand the difference between product managers and product owners. Product managers have a greater strategic role. With broader corporate objectives in mind, they define and map out the product management process across the product lifecycle. Whereas product owners take on a more proactive role and prioritize immediate fulfillment. By creating customer stories the team can utilize to make more user-led decisions for product development, They assist in maximizing the value of the product. They concentrate on the market, corporate goals, and the product's vision. Whereas product owners collaborate with cross functional agile teams to carry out these needs by converting the product manager's strategy into concrete activities. The why, who, and what are the responsibility of the product manager. Their roles reach might vary greatly or be very constrained based on a variety of variables. On the other hand, a product owner's scope is often smaller than a product manager's. Product owners are in charge of the how. Artifacts like a product roadmap, a product vision card, or a product requirement document are frequently the responsibility of product managers. Product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and the definition of done are just a few examples of the artifacts that product owners must create and manage. Product managers may oversee the product discovery procedure, enabling team participation. And on the other hand, many of the product ceremonies that take place throughout the product lifecycle, such as sprint planning and backlog grooming, also include product owners. The product manager is very knowledgeable about consumer goals and how to ease their problems. And the development team's customer expert is the product owner. The multidisciplinary product team is led by the product manager. They are ultimately in charge of achieving business and product objectives and also report progress to executives. Whereas the implementation activities are overseen by the product owner on the development team. To decide which features the development team will focus on next, they collaborate closely with the product manager and other product team members. Based on client feedback, the product manager fine-tunes and modifies the product strategy and vision. But product owners make sure that consumers' opinions are considered when choices about various products are made within the company. Long-term customer support and continuous product capabilities are priorities for product managers. Whereas product sprints and releases continue to get product owners short to mid-term attention. Plans and important business results are the responsibility of the product manager. Delivering value to the end users is the responsibility of the product owners. Product managers must communicate with the product teams, even if they are customer-facing. They must work on wireframes and prototypes and attend Scrum sessions. This is because it's up to PMs to determine the overarching vision, making it crucial to collaborate closely with the product teams. And product owners need to comprehend and sympathize with client needs. If they don't have this, every product they develop will continue to overlook different client pain issues. Now, the next phase is knowing the switch in the roles of a product manager and product owner. So the first question that arises is, can a product manager be a product owner? A product manager's role encompasses end-to-end product management, including feature functionality, product road mapping, and reacting to customer input, in addition to product development and Scrum. A product manager can also be a product owner because they have a common objective. While the two jobs have the same goal of recognizing client needs and turning those needs into technological requirements, their respective scopes and objectives differ. Leaders must thus decide which of these product specialists their company requires. And in same ways, the next question is, can a product owner be a product manager? So the answer is, a product manager and owner can be the same individual. There are undoubtedly many duties and objectives that overlap with both jobs. But because of this, it makes it logical that many businesses utilize a single person to meet the requirements of both positions and use the Scrum product owner as an agile product manager, as Roman Pilcher points out. But the thing that comes next in our mind is, does an organization need both roles? Instead of the titles that will be used, the true question regarding what a firm requires must start with what the desired product outcome is. Prioritizing business value comes first, followed by evaluating the responsibilities and procedures of the product management team to support those objectives. A business system that lacks flexibility frequently has structures and processes built into it. A review of current work assignments, obstacles to be overcome, The overall decision making process and the desired outcome are all necessary. A better understanding of the business's operations will exist once all of these issues have been evaluated, solved, and prioritized. You'll be able to identify any issues, delays, or subpar product management. You could discover that there are new ways in which you can acclimate to the product management framework. It is possible to combine product ownership and management with other tasks, such as product marketing. Now, coming to the end of our session, let's discuss the salary of product manager and product owners. The average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and in the US is 90,000 to 160,000 US dollars per annum. The average salary of a product owner in India is 13 lakhs, and in the US is approximately 1 lakh US dollars per annum.
Why product backlog is important? The product backlog is a fundamental component in Agile and SCRUM methodologies, serving as a dynamic, prioritized list of features, enhancements, bug fixes, and other changes that are needed to improve a product. Prioritization. The team can prioritize tasks based on the product's requirements and the value they bring to stakeholders. Transparency. The product backlog offers a clear view of upcoming work, ensuring everyone understands the project's direction and goals. Flexibility. It allows for the easy integration of changes and new ideas into the product development process. Focus. With a well-defined list of tasks, the team can concentrate on completing the most valuable ones first. Efficiency. It enables the team to select work from the backlog as they have capacity, optimizing workflow and productivity instead of being overloaded with tasks. Let's understand what is a product backlog in Agile. The product backlog in Agile is like a big to-do list for a project, specifically for those projects managed using Agile methodologies, which are approaches to software development that emphasize flexibility, collaboration, and customer feedback. Imagine you're planning a big party which represents the final product. Your to-do list, the product backlog, includes everything you need to do to make the party happen. This list might include tasks like send out invitations, buy decorations, plan the menu, and so on. Each task is important for the party to be successful. In the context of a software project, this list includes all the features, functions, requirements, enhancements, and fixes that need to be addressed to make the final product meet the customer's needs. These items are typically listed in order of priority, with the most important or urgent items at the top of the list. The team working on the project will regularly review this list, often in a meeting called the backlog grooming session. But what is backlog grooming? Let's understand. What is backlog grooming? Backlog grooming is a term commonly used in agile software development. Imagine you're planning a trip and you have a list of things you want to do or places you want to visit. Your list might include things like booking flights, reserving accommodations, and planning activities. Now, think of this list as your backlog in agile terms. It's a list of tasks or features that need to be completed for a project. Backlog grooming is like going through this list regularly to make sure it's organized, prioritized, and ready to be worked on. Here's how it works. Reviewing and adding items. You start by looking at the items on your list backlog and making sure they're still relevant and needed. If there are new ideas or requirements, you add them to the list. Prioritizing. Not all tasks are equally important. You need to decide which ones should be done first. So, you prioritize the items on your list based on factors like customer needs, project deadlines, or business value. Breaking down tasks. Some items on your list might be big and complex. It's easier to work on smaller, manageable tasks. In backlog grooming, you might break down big tasks into smaller ones so they can be completed more easily. Estimating effort. It's important to have an idea of how much time and effort each task will take. During backlog grooming, you might discuss and estimate the effort required for each item. This helps with planning and resource allocation, ensuring clarity. Everyone involved in the project should have a clear understanding of what each task entails. Backlog grooming provides an opportunity to clarify any doubts or questions about the items on the list. Keeping it up to date, backlog grooming isn't a one time thing, it's an ongoing process. You should regularly review and update the backlog as the project progresses and new information becomes available. Alright, so after that, as the project progresses, the team selects items from the top of the product backlog to work on during each development cycle called a sprint. Now, what is sprint? A sprint is a time box period, usually 4 weeks, during which the development team works on a set of items from the product backlog to create a potentially shippable product increment. Sprints provide a focused, concentrated effort to deliver valuable work within a short time frame. At the beginning of each sprint, the team selects a set of items from the product backlog based on their priority and capacity to form the sprint backlog. They commit to completing these items by the end of the sprint. Once the sprint is over, they review the work and present it to the stakeholders, usually the customer or client, for feedback. All right, now let's understand what's in a product backlog. A product backlog serves as a comprehensive checklist for a project team, outlining all the tasks required to enhance the product's quality. It encompasses various elements: user stories, brief narratives detailing desired features from the perspective of the end user, structured as a type of user, I want an action so that a benefit value. Bugs issues. Any flaws or malfunctions within the product are documented here for resolution. Tasks. These entail specific actions necessary for fulfilling a user story or rectifying a bug. Enhancements. Suggestions for improving the product's functionality or value, not necessarily related to troubleshooting. Technical work. Tasks related to enhancing the product's technical aspects, such as code based refinement or software component updates. Knowledge acquisition. Activities aimed at empowering the team with essential insights or skills for making informed decisions, such as research or exploration tasks. And there you have it. We've explored the ins and outs of the product backlog in Agile. By understanding its importance and how to manage it through backlog grooming, you're well equipped to steer your projects towards success.
Do you remember when the first iPhone came out in 2007? It was a game changer. But if you try to use the same iPhone today, you might feel outdated. That's because technology moves fast and customer demands keep evolving. So tech giants like Apple must keep innovating and investing heavily in research and development to stay ahead. Keeping track of the entire process from ideathon to product launch is a massive task, especially for companies dealing with complex manufacturing and global distribution. This is where the Product Lifecycle Management (PLM) comes in. Before Product Lifecycle Management, companies had a really tough time. Different teams didn't always talk to each other, and it was hard to keep track of all the information about a product, causing problems like delays and products that didn't quite hit the mark. Apple saw this and knew they needed a better way to manage their products from start to finish. So they came up with PLM strategies, that is product lifecycle management strategies, and special computer programs to help everyone work together better. With product lifecycle management, everyone involved in making and selling the product could share information and work together very smoothly. So this was how Apple keeps launching new innovative products like the latest iPhone or the Apple Watch while phasing out the older models. So if you have ever wondered how companies like Apple keeps delivering such cutting-edge products, it's all about managing the entire life cycle effectively. In this video, we will explore what PLM is, that is Product Lifecycle Management, the various phases and steps involved, its benefit through a simple example. Let us now understand what is Product Lifecycle Management. Product Lifecycle Management is like the blueprint that guides companies through the entire journey of a product, from its birth to its retirement. Take, for instance, the evolution of smartphones. In the development stage, companies like Apple or Samsung spend months designing and perfecting the new phones, deciding on features like camera quality, battery life, and screen size. Once the design is locked in, they move on to the introduction stage, where the new phone is launched with much fanfare and marketing buzz. As people start buying the new phone, it enters into the growth stage. Sales skyrocket, and the company may even release updated versions with a better features like enhanced cameras or faster processors to keep up with the demand and stay ahead of the competition. But eventually, every phone reaches to the maturity stage. Competitors catch up and sales starts to level off. That's when companies might offer discounts or bundle deals to keep customers interested, but inevitably, sales begin to decline as newer models hit the mark. And that's where the PLM shines. Throughout the entire process, it helps companies to make critical decisions like when to release updates, how much inventory to keep, and when to discontinue the product altogether. By effectively managing the product lifecycle, companies can stay agile, maximize profit, and always offer their customers the best products. Now that we have discussed what product lifecycle management is, we will now understand the different phases of product development. When it comes to products, we go through a journey from just being an idea to becoming a real tangible thing that customers can buy and use. This journey is what we call the product lifecycle, and it has several phases. Let's use the example of a new smartphone to illustrate these phases. It all starts with the concept and design phase. This is where the magic happens. The initial ideathon research on what customers want, studying competitor products, and defining the smartphone's core features and requirements. Once the concept is locked in, we move on to the development phase. Here, the detailed designs and prototypes are created, tested, and refined based on the real-world feedback. Imagine engineers tinkering with different models, running all sorts of validation tests, and making sure the smartphone is ready for the prime time. With all that hard work done, it's time for the production and the launch phase. This is where the final market-ready version of the smartphone is produced and rolled out to the stores and online outlets for customers to get their hands on it. But the journey doesn't end here. After launch comes in the service and support phase, where the company provides assistance, updates, and resources to help customers get the most out of their new smartphone purchases. Eventually, even the best product reach out to the end of their road. That's when the retirement phase, where the company figures out the best way to phase out an aging product. Maybe offer incentives for upgrades and potentially recycle or repurpose components for future innovations. So there you have it, the 5 key phases that product typically go through in the product lifecycle management. Let me walk you through the stages of product lifecycle management. Every product goes through different stages during the lifetime, known as the product lifecycle. This cycle starts when the product hits the mark after development and ends when it's taken off the shelves or discontinued. Learning the product lifecycle management can help improve your chances of success in product management. While it's just a model and not perfect, it provides a useful approximation to understand the stages what a product goes through. The 4 main stages are introduction, growth, maturity, decline. We will now learn about the different stages in detail. So let's talk about the stage 1, which is introduction. In this stage, a new product is launched into the market after development. Companies typically spend a lot on promotional efforts like advertising and getting the product onto shelves and in front of the customers. Example, when Apple launches a new iPhone model, they heavily market and advertise it across the channel. They also work to get it stocked at mobile carriers and retail stores worldwide for the release date. This is usually little to no profit made at this stage as the cost of the launch are so high. The first buyers tend to be innovators and the early adopters, excited to try the new offering despite potential issues. Let us now talk about the stage 2, which is the growth stage. In this stage, the product moves to the growth stage where the consumer demands accelerates. The primary objectives are to rapidly gain as much as market share as possible and bring aboard new customer segments. Your focus shifts to aggressive marketing, promotions, and added product features and models to appeal to different customer groups. For example, Apple markets the new iPhone to different audiences like professionals, gamers, photographers, etc. They add new color options and storage capacities to give buyers more choices. Retail channels and online ordering systems have to handle the huge surge in demand. It's critical to capture as much as market share as possible in this phase while optimizing pricing for both growth and profitability. before too many competitors emerge. Let us now move on to stage number 3, which is the maturity stage. After an initial growth spurt, the product life cycle reaches to its maturity stage, where the market becomes saturated and sales growth starts flattening. The main goals transition to maximizing profitability, defending market share, and differentiating the product from increasing competition. Companies may introduce product variations and new models while leveraging lower prices, promotions, and revamped marketing, we can say. For example, Apple continues releasing updated iPhone models like 11, 12, 13, etc. every year, with adding new designs, features like better camera, and prices spanning different segments. Older models get discounted. Marketing emphasizes what differentiates them from the latest Android rivals. As a product manager, your focus is on continuously improving production and operational efficiency to cut cost and maximize profit during this extended maturity stage of the product line. We will now talk about the stage 4, which is the decline. Eventually, even the most successful products enter an inevitable decline stage as the market becomes saturated and innovations start making the product obsolete, or you can say unappealing. Companies may try to resegment the market with new models or versions, promote different usage occasions, cut prices dramatically to flush out remaining inventory, or ultimately discontinue the product. For example, Apple could release an ultra-affordable iPhone for emerging markets or focus on just core basic functions, or they could use transition customers to a new generation of foldable AR-enabled devices once smartphone sales bottoms out. As a product manager, your role is to determine if anything can be done to breathe out new life into the product line, or just oversee the cost-effective wind down and transition customers to replacement offerings. For product managers, understanding and planning for each product life cycle stage is very important to make the product a big success. We have now discussed all the details. Let us now delve into how this tracking is achieved by measuring product life cycles. Companies must make more than just the same products forever. They must continually innovate and launch new offerings. But how do they know when it's time to move on to something new? The answer lies in carefully measuring and tracking key performance indicators, which is KPIs, across the product life cycle. Here are some of the crucial metrics companies use. In the development stage, the main work is on prioritizing user problems and building viable solutions. Key metrics here are on-time delivery and team velocity. During the launch phase, your goal is to achieve product market fit. User engagement, conversion rates, feature adoption, net promoter score NPS, and customer satisfaction score, we can say CSAT, are crucial metrics to measure product market fit. You can also use methods like the Scene Ellis survey, cohort retention rate, NPS over 30, or the 30% referral method. Now in the growth phase, your focus is on gaining market share through the product differentiation and growth experiments. Track user engagement, NPS, referral rates, customer acquisition rates, market share, and even churn rate. In the maturity phase, aim to retain customers by creating product distinctions and reducing cost. Monitor ARPU, retention rates, new feature development, and adoption rates of new features. Finally, in the decline phase, you can either pivot to find new areas for growth or gracefully sunset the product. Track burn rates, monthly recurring revenue, and annual recurring revenue. Remember, qualitative data is also important throughout these phases to understand user experiences and sentiments. So that was all for measuring product lifecycle. Let us now talk about the future of the product lifecycle management. Product lifecycle management isn't just a passing trend. It's the future of how companies will manage their products. With rapid advancements in technology and shifting consumer preferences, PLM is poised to undergo significant change. With new technologies like AI, better teamwork tools, companies can crunch data and collaborate better, making products faster and smarter than ever before. Plus, there's a big focus on being eco-friendly. Product lifecycle management is the key to making sure everything from design to disposal is green as possible. Furthermore, as global connectivity increases, PLM system will also become more interconnected, allowing for seamless collaboration between teams regardless of the location. Real-time data sharing and analysis will enable agile decision-making, ensuring companies stay ahead of the curve in today's fast-paced market. Hey there, ever wondered what it takes to manage some of the world's most successful products? What if you could learn from top experts and become the product manager that companies are desperately looking for? Well, that's exactly what the Product Management Certification by Simplilearn and SPG School of Global Management offers you. So why should you join this program? Here's the deal. Product management is one of the most exciting, fastest growing fields today. Companies everywhere are looking for people who know how to launch, manage, and improve their products. This program gives you everything you need to succeed, from hands-on experience with real-world projects to access to top-tier instructors. You'll be learning live, online, and interactively with industry experts who have worked at places like Google, Facebook, and Amazon. Not to mention, you'll also earn a professional certificate from SPG, one of the top business schools in Asia. Now let's talk about what sets this program apart from the others. The curriculum is designed to give you more than just the basics. You'll dive deep into real product challenges from companies like Netflix, Instagram, Tesla, and Nike. These aren't just hypothetical cases, they are problems these companies have faced, and you will get to solve them. Plus, you'll get a toolkit that includes everything you need to succeed. Tools like Jira, Mixpanel, Google Analytics, and Balsamic, tools that real product managers use every day. Let's talk about what you'll actually learn in this program. The course is designed for both beginners and experienced professionals, and it covers everything from product strategy to launch and growth. You learn how to build a product roadmap, how to integrate design thinking into your strategy, and how to analyze market data to make informed decisions. Plus, you will dive into AI and generative AI. Yes, ChatGPT, Midjourney, tools that are transforming the product management landscape. Whether it's product ideathon, prototyping, or product lifecycle management, you will be ready for all. In this course, we will cover a wide range of skills and tools that are essential for any product manager. These include product strategy and market fit, rapid prototyping, designing and managing the product lifecycle, using agile and lean methodologies, conducting product analytics using Jira, Mixpanel, and Google Analytics. And by the end of this course, you will be a product management pro, ready to take any challenge. You'll also work on real-world projects that companies like Facebook, Tesla, Instagram, and Nike have faced. You'll get hands-on experience solving problems on improving product features, increasing user retention, and figuring out what a product succeeds in a competitive market. You'll apply your learning on these projects, creating a portfolio that will impress your employers. Now, if you're ready to dive into the product industry, this program will get you there. With product management being one of the hottest job sectors today, companies need skilled professionals who can not only manage products but also innovate and lead. And by the end of this program, you'll have the skills, experience, and the certification to stand out in this fast-paced field. And the best part is, firms are actively hiring product managers with the skills you'll gain from this program. Companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, Oracle, and Microsoft are just a few examples. They need product managers who understand data, technology, and user needs to create products that make a difference. And with the SPG certification on your resume, you will be in the best position to land these roles. This course is perfect for working professionals who want to break into product management or level up their existing skills. It's open to anyone with at least 2 years of work experience. So whether you're in tech, marketing, design, or any industry, if you are interested in managing products that change the world, this course is for you. So what are you waiting for? If you want to become a product management pro, this is your chance. The program starts soon and the spots are filling up fast. Click on the link below to apply now and join the professional certification in product management by SPG and Simplilearn. So let's get started to take the product world by storm.
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is product management and who is a product manager. Following that, we'll cover the different type of product managers and their roles and responsibilities. Moving forward, we'll learn the difference between a product manager and a project manager and the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by knowing the top companies that are hiring product managers and the average salary of a product manager. So without any further delay, let's move on to the first phase of our session. What is product management? Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profits of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirements, and creating blueprints. Then the development of the product is done as per the requirements. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customer feedback and finalizing the price of the product. Now, let us understand who is a product manager. The product manager is the one who leads the team by managing the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. The product manager is the mini CEO of the product as he leads the product within the organization. The product manager is an important organizational role that focuses on long-term vision for a product. The role concentrates on the marketplace and plans the success of the product by analyzing the market needs for the product. The product manager sets the strategy and roadmaps for the product in order to provide a relevant and valuable product to the customers. The product manager acts as an association between business, developers, and users. The product managers can relate to different operations based on organization working for. For example, research and development, marketing and sales, or testing or maintenance for the product. The product manager is the individual who looks after delivering a valuable product to the market, addressing the market needs. The primary focus of a product manager is to gather the market requirements and strategize the product as per that only. The manager ensures that the product meets the needs of the market and the customer. This role is responsible for providing business to the company by developing new products and improving the already existing products. Now that you know who is a product manager, here's a question for you. What according to you is the best product in the market and why? Let us know in the comment section below. Now, there are various types of product managers. Every organization defines the role of a product manager in its own ways. On the basis of roles and responsibilities, the product managers can be differentiated into various different types. So let's move ahead and understand the different types of product managers. The very first type of product manager is a product manager. The manager manages the entire product life cycle that looks after every aspect of a product, that is, strategizing, road mapping, development, branding, etc. The other type of product manager are product owners. The product owner is an individual who defines the user stories and create a product backlog. The product owner is the primary point of contact on the behalf of the customers. The third type of product manager is distributed product manager. The manager looks at the various distributed models of the product teams, that is B2B, business to business, B2C, business to customer, or B2B2C, that is business to customer. The next type of product manager is platform product manager. The one manages the internal stakeholder platforms involving web, mobile, softwares, or hardwares. Moving on to the next type of product manager is technical product manager. The individual works with the engineering team and the internal stakeholders, that is, design team, development team, and the technical leads. The last type of product manager is growth product manager. The manager focuses on improving the business growth by looking at the customer's growth, acquisitions, and the activations. Now, let's move ahead and know what are the roles and responsibilities of a product manager. The product manager looks after a lot of works and operations of an organization. Some of the responsibility of a product manager includes defining the vision of the product, creating strategies, creating customers' value, building roadmaps, specifying functional requirements, organizing the teams, designing and development of the product, data analysis, and monitoring the product performance. When it comes to product management, many of us tends to get confused between a product manager and a project manager. So, let's move further and know the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with all-round needs of a product, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. On the other hand, a project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on the work coordination. The product manager owns the what. On the other hand, the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas a project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. Now, let's move further and know the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. The skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking, leadership skills, time management, empathy skills, communication skills, analytical skills, presentation skills, customer orientation, and self confidence. To start your career in product management, you should be aware of the future scope of the field. So, let's take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. The topmost companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, TCS, Oracle, SAP, HCL, Wipro, Zoho, and many more. Now, let's move to the end of this session and know what is the average salary of a manager. So, the average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, whereas the average salary of a product manager in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000 per annum. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before ending this session, which company would you like to work for as a product manager? Do let us know in the comment section below. So to get a push in your career to start as a product manager, start learning now.
Welcome, learners. Let's learn today more about product life cycle. Another interesting topic and part and parcel of your job as a product manager. All right, let's see. Learners, it says every product, whether it's a smartphone, a new app, or even maybe a soft drink, it goes through a journey. That's right. This is called the product life cycle. I'll give you one very simple example, learners. Consider a scenario that today, you have launched something known as an Uber app. All right, you launched this Uber app, and the moment you launch it, let's say it's a new platform in the first place. All right, people may or may not be aware of it. Therefore, you need to do something so that people start using it. Once they have used it, let's say, you wanted people to first get used to this particular app. Now people are using it. Great. So you would like to add some kind of new features. Once you've added new features, you've got good responses, then maybe you would look at something like profitability, that now let's start earning money, and after some time it could be a possibility that people are done with this app, it's gone in decline phase, and this is where you have, let's say, reducing sales, so on and so forth has happened. Therefore, every product definitely will go through a life cycle. It could be even be an app like Uber, it could be a smart TV, it could be a smartphone, it could be an electric vehicle. So all products definitely go through this life cycle, which we'll look in detail. Let's say it says that there are stages beginning with introduction, growth, maturity, decline. Question is, why does it even matter? Let's say I have a product which is in introduction stage, and you have a product which is, let's say, in maturity phase, right? Question is, why does it even matter to identify which phase a particular product lies? The reason is simple. Whichever stage you are at, your decisions would be different. For example, when you are introducing a new product, let's talk of Uber itself. When you are introducing Uber to the world, you will invest a lot of money in marketing. You will invest a lot of money in getting user feedback. Then you'll also, let's say, explore how to get more user acquisition. This is where your decisions related to investment of your resources, your investments related to scaling of your product depends. That's the reason it helps you make smart decisions. Let's consider a product, you know, let's say Orkut. Remember Orkut? Long time back, it used to be a social networking, for example, similar to Facebook. It doesn't exist today, right? It went in what you call a decline phase. Therefore, once in a decline phase, your decisions have to be different. Maybe it could be phasing it out. It could also be selling it to someone. That's the reason, in order to make smart decisions, you must know which phase, or let's say which stage of product life cycle you are at. Let's have a look at these four stages. It says introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. We'll go through each and every stage in detail with few examples. Let's start with introduction. It says that focus on user education. Revenue is low as awareness builds. Remember when Uber launched, they used to give huge discounts plus coupons so that we get used to the product. This is, they are in the introductory phase. That's the reason they are creating more of user education. They care less about revenue and more on the awareness. Therefore, when we are in the introduction stage, we need to convince people that, hey, this is a new product, why don't you try it? Then we value their feedback and make changes to our product. Therefore, awareness, convincing early adopters that, why don't you just try my product? This is what we do at an introduction stage. The primary goal is to create awareness among potential customers. Let's come to the growth stage. Now we've launched Uber. All right, people are already using this product. What happens in growth stage? The product begins to gain popularity. Now people start using your product and they demand more of it. So let's say if someone in the starting phase, in the introduction phase, used to book one ride, now the same person is using Uber for all of the travel requirements. This is where you need to scale up. Therefore, your investments would go in tech so that your product does not malfunction. It has got less number of bugs. At the same time, you will increase your distribution network. For example, you will start onboarding more and more cabs. You will start onboarding more and more users, more and more logistics companies, so that you have adequate distribution channel ready. Now, this is where you have your brand loyalty. That means people are using your product, they are loyal. Now it's time to make them stick. How do you make them stick? Maybe launch a loyalty plan. This is where your growth stage comes in the picture. People become more aware, they start buying, sales rise, and this is where your profitability also improves. Now let's talk this thing called the maturity stage. In this stage, learners, you must realize one thing, that already people whom you plan to target, you have reached. This is the, let's say if this is a graph, this is your target audience. You've already reached here. Now what's going to happen is your sales, instead of going like this, they're going to be going somewhere like this. This is the reason we say that sales begin to plateau as the market becomes saturated and most of the target customers have already purchased your product. So most of the people have already used it. Now exponential growth is not going to come by. This is where you are profitable, but you have also slowed your growth momentum, which leads you to the decline stage. Now learners, at the decline stage, your product, you see that profits begin to drop because market is already saturated. Customers preferences have changed. For example, now if you preferred, let's say, going using an Uber, maybe now people have started using something else. That could be something related to carpool, which as of now, which let's say Uber has not launched, although I think they've launched earlier something called, something related to carpooling itself. But consider if Uber does not have this feature, so people have moved on to carpool, or maybe people would like to travel using bikes. Although Uber, to stay all the time between the growth stage and the maturity stage, Uber app has continuously evolved. They have what you call the Uber Moto, which gives you bike rides. They have got delivery. Therefore, Uber strives always remaining between maturity and growth stage. When you talk of the decline stage, your profits begin to drop, you have changes in customer preferences, and new and better alternatives come up. For example, Rapido is speedily gaining ground in India. Business strategies for each stage, because marketing and pricing will differ. Initially, when you start, it is all about creating awareness. That is the introduction stage, that telling people that why you are here and why should they care. For example, we give you a cab at your doorstep without even waiting at the main road. Similarly, pricing, earlier when Uber used to be there, so used to offer free of cost first rides, and then they used to have 50 rupees or 100 rupees coupons available. Therefore, the pricing was such, maybe now people can join and get onboarded. However, today we see Uber offers negligible discounts or coupons or something, because they are moving towards profitability. They are saying people already use it, so let's make money out of it now. Another thing, businesses often focus investments on product development, testing ideas, making sure that they are building something that people want. For example, in India, rise of two-wheeler taxis, because of, let's say, faster, ETA, because of lesser cost, they started to gain momentum. Uber launched something known as Moto, so that now people can book this Moto on Uber app. Then they saw that, okay, delivery, point to point delivery. Let's say you are living in Whitefield in Bangalore and you'd like to deliver a parcel to Indiranagar. So Uber launched something called as delivery. In this way, your business investments, your product development ideas will continue to change as you go from one stage to another. Now, when you launch a new product, obviously user acquisition cost will be high when you have just launched it, because that time you're spending more on marketing and creating awareness. Therefore, user acquisition is usually low cost or organic when you're there somewhat at a growth stage, or when you're heading towards the maturity stage. However, initially you need to shell out lots of discount coupons, lots of marketing ways to get people onboarded. Let's look at some of the real world examples apart from the Uber app. We have got iPod. Remember iPod? Long time back. It's now at the decline stage. People have moved on and they prefer to use, let's say, more of iPhone or Spotify for their music needs. Similarly, consider AR glasses. Today, as we see, they're somewhat, you can say, in the introduction phase. They look cool, no doubt they look cool, but not many people have started adopting them. You can say that investments, yes, are going around a lot. However, compare that with iPhone, it has already reached a maturity stage. People know what iPhone is, and apart from knowing, they are happily trying new versions that come out of every year. Not, it doesn't mean that lots and lots of new features are being made, but small improvements are good enough to attract customers. That's the reason it is there in the maturity stage. And no matter what you do today, iPod has unfortunately gone in the decline stage.
Hello and welcome to this communication skill course. In today's world, how you communicate is just as important as what you say. Whether you are leading a team, presenting ideas, or simply building better relationship, strong communication skills are your superpower. This course is designed to give you a complete foundation, from understanding the basics of how communication works to mastering both verbal and non-verbal techniques. Let's take a quick look at what you will learn in each module. In the first module, we'll learn about foundations of effective communication. We'll begin with the core concepts, what communication really is, how the communication process flows, and the barriers that often get in the way. This will set the stage for everything else. In the second module, we'll cover about the verbal communication skills. We'll dive into the power of your words. You'll learn how tone and pitch shape your message, and how to become a better listener, one of the most underrated communication skills out there. Third module, we'll talk about non-verbal communication. We'll explore the unspoken language, body language, facial expressions, gestures, posture, and eye contact. Those cues often speak louder than words. In Module 4, we'll talk about communication in different settings. We'll look at how to adapt your communication style in different scenarios, whether it's in professional settings while giving a presentation or while navigating conflict. And by the end of this course, you will have practical tools and insights to communicate clearly, confidently, and with purpose, wherever life takes you. So let's get started with Module 1. Module 1, Foundations of Effective Communication. Let's be real. Communication is everywhere, whether you are chatting with a friend, sitting in a team meeting, or introducing yourself at a party. How you say things can completely change the way people respond to you. We are diving into what communication really is, how the whole process works, and some common things that get in the way of a smooth conversations. And by the end of this course, you will have solid foundation. And trust me, everything we cover here will make the rest of the course feel a whole lot easier. So let's jump right in. First, let's understand communication. At its core, communication is the act of conveying information, ideas, thoughts, and emotions between individuals. It's a complex and dynamic process that involves both verbal and non-verbal elements. The primary goal of communication is to ensure that the intended message is received, understood, and acted upon by the recipient. Now that we have broken down what communication really is and how it shows up in our lives, let's take a step further and look at how the whole communication process actually works, from sender to receiver and everything in between. Now, let's talk about the role of communication. Communication serves various purposes. It can be used to inform, persuade, entertain, and express emotions. The intent behind communication determines its tone and method. For example, in a workplace setting, communication may primarily be used to provide information, give you instructions, or collaborate on projects. Now, on the other hand, in a personal relationship, communication may focus more on emotional expression, understanding, and empathy. Now, there are several forms of communication, including first we have verbal communication. Now, this communication includes spoken words and written messages. It is the most direct form of communication and is typically used for sharing information or ideas. Then we've got non-verbal communication. Often overlooked, non-verbal communication refers to body language, facial expressions, gestures, posture, and even silence. These non-verbal cues can often carry more meaning than the words we speak, as they reveal our true emotions and attitudes. At number 3, we have visual communication. Now, this involves using images, charts, graphs, and videos to convey messages. It is especially important in presentations and marketing. So now that you have understood the types of communication, let's understand the impact of communication it has in our daily life. Communication plays a crucial role in shaping every area of our lives, from personal relationship to professional environments. The way we express ourselves and understand others directly affects our experiences and outcomes. Effective communication builds trust, fosters deeper connections, improves collaboration, and boosts overall productivity. It helps individuals share ideas clearly, resolve issues smoothly, and work towards common goal efficiently. Now, on the other hand, poor communication often results in misunderstandings, delays, and conflicts that can harm relationships and hinder progress. In today's fast-paced world, being able to communicate effectively is not just helpful, it's essential for both personal development and career success. Now let's talk about the communication process. Communication is not one-way street. It's a dynamic process involving multiple steps, with each participant playing a crucial role. Understanding this process is key to mastering effective communication. Let's talk about the key elements of the communication process. The communication process consists of several elements, each contributing to the flow and understanding of the message. The first element is sender. The sender is the individual or entity who originates the message. This person has an idea, thought, or emotion they wish to convey to somebody else. The sender is responsible for encoding the message clearly and appropriately, ensuring that it is understood by the receiver. Then we've got message. The message is the content that is being communicated. It can be in the form of spoken words, written text, or non-verbal cues like gestures. The message must be clear, concise, and relevant to the context in which it is being communicated. Now let's understand what encoding means. Now this refers to the process by which the sender translates their thoughts, their ideas, or their emotions into a format that can be communicated. Encoding involves choosing the right words, right symbols, or the actions that will convey the intended meaning. Then we have medium. Now, the medium is the method by which the message is being transmitted from the sender to the receiver. This could be a face-to-face conversation, a phone call, an email, a video conference, or even social media platform. The choice of medium is as important as it can affect how the message is being perceived. Then we have receiver. The receiver is the individual of group who receives the message. The receiver must be attentive, open-minded, and engaged in order to understand the message accurately. So now that you have understood how receiver works, let's understand how decoding works. Now, once the message is received, the receiver must decode it or interpret it. Decoding involves processing the information and translating it back into the meaning. The effectiveness of this step depends on the receiver's understanding, their background, and the context. Then we have feedback. Feedback is the response from the receiver's back to the sender. It indicates whether the message was understood as intended. Feedback can be verbal or non-verbal, such as nod, a smile, or a direct response. It allows the sender to gauge the effectiveness of the communication and make adjustments if necessary. Now let's understand what noise means. Noise refers to any external or internal factors that can distort or interfere with the communication process. Noise can be physical, for example, background noise. Psychological noise like biases, prejudices, or semantic, for example, misunderstanding of words. Reducing noise is essential for clear communication. So now that you know how communication flows, let's talk about what gets in the way, because even the best message can fall flat if certain barriers are in the play. Let's explore those next. Now we'll talk about barriers to communication. Effective communication can often be obstructed by various barriers. These barriers can occur at any stage of the communication process, from encoding the message to decoding it. Identifying and overcoming these barriers is crucial for improving communication skills. Now, there are certain types of communication barriers. Let's have a look. At first, we have physical barriers. These include environmental factors that make it difficult to communicate, such as background noise, poor phone or internet connections, or even physical distance between the sender and the receiver. Now, these physical barriers can be minimized by choosing a quiet space for communication or using reliable communication tools. Then we have language barriers. Language differences or technical jargons can create misunderstandings. This is particularly true in cross-cultural communication or when discussing complex topics. Now, to overcome this barrier, it is very important to use clear and simple language that the receiver can easily understand. Avoiding unnecessary jargon and using common language can help bridge the gap. Then we have psychological barriers. Psychological factors such as stress, emotions, or personal biases can affect how we communicate and how we perceive the message from others. For example, if someone is angry or distracted, they may not be able to listen attentively or may misinterpret the message. Now, to mitigate psychological barriers, it's very important to maintain emotional control and focus on the message at hand. Then we have cultural barriers. Cultural differences can impact how messages are conveyed and understood. For example, gestures, tone of voice, and even silence may have different meanings in different cultures. To overcome cultural barriers, it's very important to be aware of cultural norms and be respectful of differences. In international communication, it may be useful to learn about other parties' culture and adapt accordingly. Next, we have perceptual barriers. Perceptions and assumptions about the sender or the message can distort communication. Let's say, for example, if a receiver perceives the sender to be untrustworthy or uninterested, they may not be fully engaged with the message. To reduce perceptual barriers, it's very important to ensure transparency, trust, and clarity in communication. Next, we'll talk about emotional barriers. Emotional states such as anger, fear, or frustration can make it difficult to communicate effectively. When emotions are running high, people may struggle to listen or express themselves clearly. To overcome emotional barriers, it's important to stay calm, composed, and open-minded. Practicing empathy and active listening can also help. Next, we have information overload. In the modern world, we are constantly bombarded with information, which can lead to overload. When we are overwhelmed with too much of information, we may miss key messages or struggle to process them. Now, to avoid information overload, it's very important to prioritize messages and focus on what is most important. Next, we're going to talk about lack of feedback. If feedback is not provided, the sender has no way of knowing whether the message was understood correctly. Now, lack of feedback can lead to confusion and even miscommunication. Providing and seeking feedback is very important for ensuring that the communication is effective. So now that you have understood the barriers, let's talk about how to overcome barriers to communication. Overcoming communication barriers requires awareness, effort, and the right strategies. Here are some ways to minimize the impact of these barriers. First is clarify the message. You have to make sure that your message is clear and concise. Use simple language and examples to explain complex ideas. Next is active listening. Focus on the speaker, avoid interrupting, and reflect back what you have heard to ensure understanding. Then we have empathy. Be sensitive to the emotions and perspective of others. Try to see things from their point of view. Next is feedback. Always seek feedback and provide it. Encourage open dialogue to ensure the message is understood as intended. Then we have adaptation. Be willing to adapt your communication style based on the context, the medium, and the audience. So learners, in this module, we have laid the foundation for understanding communication. We have explored what communication is, the essential elements that make up the communication process, and the common barriers that can impede effective communication. Now, by recognizing and addressing these barriers, we can significantly improve the clarity and the impact of our communication. As we move on to our next modules, we will delve deeper into specific communication skills such as verbal and non-verbal communication, and learn how to apply these skills in different contexts. But before we do that, remember that the key to become an effective communicator starts with understanding the basics. By mastering these fundamental concepts, you will be well on your way to build stronger, more meaningful connections in both personal and professional settings. Now, in the second module, we'll talk about verbal communication skills. Verbal communication is one of the most fundamental skills for effective interaction. So whether it's in a professional environment, in personal relationships, or during public speaking engagements, the way we express ourselves through words play a significant role in how our messages are received. In this module, we will explore 3 essential components of verbal communication. We'll understand the power of words, tone, and pitch, and effective listening. Mastering these elements will help you communicate more clearly, persuasively, and meaningfully. Now first, let's talk about the power of words. Words are more than just a medium for conveying thoughts. They are powerful tools that can influence, motivate, inspire, and even hurt. The words we choose, the way we express them, and the context in which we use them can shape the nature of our relationships and impact our success in communication. Let's have a look on the impact of language. Language has the ability to reflect our intentions and shape the way people perceive us. Let's say, for example, how 2 individuals can use the same message but achieve different outcomes based on their choice of words. For instance, positive words like, "I'm excited to collaborate with you and explore new opportunities." We also have negative words like, "This is going to be a lot of work and I'm not sure it will be worth it or not." You see, both the sentences essentially communicate a similar idea, working together, but the first sentence conveys enthusiasm and positive attitude, while the second sentence communicates doubt and reluctance. The first sentence is more likely to motivate and engage the listener, while the second may lead to disengagement. The power of words lies in their ability to evoke emotions, create mental images, and provoke thought. By choosing our words carefully, we can strengthen our message and connect with others on a deeper level. Let's talk about how words create reality. The words we use can also shape our perception of reality. This is the basis of the famous saying, "Words are powerful." For example, the way we describe a challenge can determine how we approach it. Negative framing, like, "This is a problem, we might not be able to solve it." We have positive framing. Like this is a challenge we can work through together. Now you can see that the second statement suggests hope and a sense of control, while the first statement emphasizes the difficulty and potential failure. Positive framing creates an environment where solutions are sought and challenges become opportunities to grow. Let's talk about choosing the words for impact. Now, to harness the power of words effectively, it's very important to consider both the connotation and denotation of the words we use. Denotation is literal meaning of the word. For example, love, which means deep affection. Connotation refers to the emotional or cultural associations with the word. For example, love might evoke feelings of warmth, happiness, or vulnerability. Now, by carefully selecting words with positive connotations, we can craft messages that inspire action, promotes goodwill, and foster collaboration. Words carry weight, but it's not just about what you say. It's about how you say it that makes up the difference. Up next, let's explore tone and pitch and how they bring your words to life. Tone and pitch are critical elements of verbal communication. While words carry meaning, it is the tone and pitch which we deliver them that determine how the message is received and how it is interpreted. But what exactly is tone? Now, tone refers to the emotional quality or attitude behind a speaker's voice. It conveys feelings such as happiness, sadness, anger, excitement, or calmness. Tone is an essential part of communication because it affects how the listener interprets the message. For example, a statement like "I'm happy to help" could be perceived in vastly different ways depending on the tone. Let's suppose warm and genuine tone. It would be something like "I'm happy to help," which sounds sincere and inviting. Then we have monotone or indifferent tone. "I'm happy to help." This may sound insincere or apathetic. The tone of voice can either reinforce the words we say or contradict them. For example, if somebody says, "I'm fine," but their tone sounds upset, the listener may infer that the person is not truly fine. Tone therefore has the power to reveal underlying emotions and intentions that may not be immediately evident in the words themselves. Now let's talk about pitch. Pitch refers to the highness or lowness of a person's voice. It plays a very significant role in the overall tone and impact of a message. A speaker who uses a varied pitch is more likely to engage the listener and keep their attention, while a speaker who uses a flat or monotone pitch may sound boring or disengaging. Let's take an example. A higher pitch is often associated with excitement, enthusiasm, and urgency. Think of how a speaker might raise their pitch when presenting something that they are passionate about. Then we have low pitch. A lower pitch can convey authority, seriousness, and calmness. It is often used when making important points or delivering serious information. Now, pitch variation also helps convey emotions more effectively. When you're excited, your pitch naturally rises. When you're conveying authority or seriousness, your pitch might drop. Being mindful of pitch variation can enhance the emotional impact of your words. Let's talk about tone and pitch in different contexts. Tone and pitch are particularly important in different communication contexts. First of all, let's talk about in professional settings. In a business meeting or interview, a confident and clear tone with appropriate pitch variation can demonstrate competence and authority. Conversely, a flat or unsure tone may undermine the message and create doubt. Then we have in personal communication. In conversations with family or friends, the tone of voice may express affection, care, or frustration. Understanding tone helps to maintain healthy, empathetic relationships. Mastering tone and pitch allows you to communicate more effectively by emphasizing your emotions, your intentions, and engagement in a way that words alone cannot. Now you have seen how tone and pitch shape the message, but communication isn't a solo act. It's a two-way street. And that brings us to one of the most overlooked yet essential skills, listening. Let's dive into it. Effective listening. Listening is an often overlooked aspect of verbal communication. While speaking and expressing ourselves are important, listening is equally vital. In fact, effective communication requires us to be good at listening as we are speaking. Without active listening, even the best prepared message can fall flat. Now, what is actually active listening? Active listening is the process of fully concentrating on what is being said, rather than passively hearing the message. It involves not only hearing the words but also understanding, interpreting, and responding to them in a thoughtful manner. Now, active listening includes several key components. First, we've got paying attention. Now, this means focusing fully on the speaker, eliminating distractions, and giving them your undivided attention, showing that you're listening. Non-verbal cues, just nodding, maintaining eye contact, and using affirming gestures. For example, I see, or go on, signal to the speaker that you are engaged. Providing feedback. Paraphrasing or summarizing the message shows that you have understood it. Then we've got deferring judgment. Avoid interrupting or forming opinions while the speaker is talking. Active listening involves being open-minded and non-judgmental. It's very important to respond appropriately. When it's your turn to speak, offer relevant comments, ask clarifying questions, or provide feedback that furthers the conversation. Let's have a look on the benefits of active listening. Active listening not only fosters better communication, but it helps build stronger relationships. When people feel heard and understood, they are more likely to feel valued and respected. In professional settings, active listening can improve teamwork, reduce misunderstandings, and increase productivity. Now, there are often some barriers to effective listening. Let's have a look on that. First, we've got distractions. External noises or internal distractions, such as preoccupation with thoughts, can make it hard to focus on the message. Then we've got prejudices. If we have preconceived ideas or biases, we might filter the message through those biases, affecting our understanding. Then we have emotional responses. Sometimes our emotions can cloud our ability to listen effectively. For example, if we are angry or upset, we may misinterpret the speaker's intention. Now, to overcome these barriers, it is important to consciously focus on the speaker, stay present in the moment, and remain empathetic and open-minded. Let's look at some ways how to improve your listening skills. Improving listening skills takes practice. Here are some few tips. Listen with an open mind. Suspend judgment until you fully understand the speaker's message. Secondly, avoid multitasking. Give your full attention on the conversation and resist the urge to check your phone or email. Third is clarify misunderstandings. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you need further explanation. Be patient. Allow the speaker to express themselves fully without interrupting or jumping in with your thoughts too soon. Now, by enhancing your listening skills, you improve your ability to understand others and respond in a meaningful and constructive way. Verbal communication is a powerful tool for expressing ideas, emotions, and intentions. In this module, we have explored three critical aspects of verbal communication: the power of words, tone and pitch, and effective listening. By mastering these elements, you can significantly enhance your ability to communicate more clearly and persuasively. Remember, the words you choose shape how your message is received. The tone and pitch of your voice convey emotions and intent that words alone may not express. And perhaps most importantly, being an active listener ensures that communication is a two-way process that promotes understanding as well as connection. By practicing these skills and becoming more mindful of how you communicate, you can build stronger relationships, you can improve your professional interactions, and express yourself more effectively in any situation. Welcome to Module 3, where we'll talk about non-verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is a crucial aspect of how we interact with others. In fact, studies suggest that up to 93% of communication is non-verbal, with body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice conveying far more than words alone. This module explores three fundamental components of non-verbal communication: body language and its impact, second, facial expressions and gestures, and third is eye contact and posture. So mastering these non-verbal cues can significantly enhance the clarity and effectiveness of your communication. So first, let's talk about body language and its impact. Now, body language refers to the non-verbal signals that we send through our body movements, posture, and physical gestures. It plays a vital role in conveying feelings, emotions, and intentions, often more than so the words we speak. The body language is subconscious and can reveal underlying emotions, your thought process, and attitudes, making it a powerful tool for communication. Let's talk about the power of body language. Body language includes various movements such as facial expressions, hand gestures, posture, and even the way we talk. Either of these signals can either reinforce or contradict the message we are verbally communicating. Let's say, for example, when speaking with someone, your arms crossed over your chest may convey defensiveness, even if your words suggest openness. Likewise, an open posture with relaxed shoulders may show that you are receptive and at ease, even if the conversation is tense. Now, research shows that the body language can account for a significant portion of how we are being perceived. In fact, according to the studies by renowned psychologist Albert Mehrabian, body language contributes to around 55% of the communication process, while the words contribute only 7% and the tone of the voice accounts for 38%. Now, this shows just how influential non-verbal cues are in shaping how others interpret our communication. Now, there are some key elements of body language. First is your posture. That is how we sit, stand, and move can communicate our mood. Confidence and attitude. For example, standing tall with shoulders back can indicate your confidence and authority, while slumping or leaning can signal discomfort or disinterest. Second is the gestures. Hand movements and gestures can complement or emphasize our speech. Let's say, for example, a thumbs up can convey approval, while open palms may indicate honesty or a willingness to listen. Now, on the other hand, excessive or erratic gestures may distract from the message being delivered. Then we have facial expressions. The face is perhaps the most expressive part of the body, capable of conveying wide range of emotions. A smile can indicate happiness, warmth, and friendliness, while a furrowed brow might suggest confusion, concern, or anger. Then we have proximity. The distance we maintain during a conversation can also send powerful message. Standing too close to someone may invade their personal space and they can make it uncomfortable, while standing too far away might come off as distant or disengaged. Maintaining an appropriate distance based on the relationship and context is very important. Let's talk about how body language impacts communication. First of all, it builds trust. Positive body language, such as maintaining an open posture, leaning forward, and making eye contact, can establish trust and create rapport with the another person. Now, on the other hand, close body language, such as crossed arms or avoiding eye contact, can create a barrier and make the other person feel distant or distrusted. Then we have emotional expression. Our bodies often reveal emotions that we may not explicitly state. A simple gesture such as raised eyebrow or a clenched fist can convey frustration, excitement, or surprise. Being aware of these cues in yourself and others can help you better understand and respond to the emotions at play. Next, we'll talk about enhancing message delivery. Body language helps to reinforce the message we are delivering. For instance, when giving a presentation, a speaker might use hand gestures to emphasize points or facial expressions to align with the tone of the message. These cues help to keep the audience engaged and make the message more impactful. Next is cultural differences. It's very important to remember the body language that can vary across cultures. In some cultures, maintaining eye contact is seen as a sign of respect, while in others, it may be perceived as rude. Similarly, gestures that are commonly used in one culture may be offensive in another. Now, being aware of these differences can help avoid misunderstandings in cross-cultural communication. Now, this sounds fascinating, right? Body language can reveal so much without saying a word. And one of the most expressive parts of a body, that is the face. Now, up next, let's break down some facial expressions and gestures and how they can completely change the vibe of a conversation. Facial expressions and gestures. Now, facial expressions are one of the most significant elements of non-verbal communication. The face is capable of conveying a wide array of emotions, often in response to external stimuli or personal feelings. Now, these expressions are universal across cultures and can give us insight into how somebody is feeling or reacting, even if they do not verbally express it. The human face is incredibly expressive, capable of conveying a multitude of emotions such as happiness, sadness, surprise, anger, disgust, fear, and many more. Now, each emotion is associated with specific muscle movement in the face. For example, a smile typically involves the raising of the corners of the mouth, while frowning can cause the eyebrows to furrow and the mouth to turn downward. Now let's talk about happiness. A genuine smile where the eyes also appear to smile signals happiness and friendliness. A fake smile, however, may not involve the mouth and not the eyes, which can come off as insincere. Next, we have sadness. Now, a sad expression is often marked by a downturned mouth, dropping eyelids, and lack of energy in the facial muscles. Next expression, we've got surprise. Raised eyebrows, wide eyes, and an open mouth are common signs of surprise or being shocked. This is often an involuntary response to unexpected or startling information. Then we have anger. Tightening of the jaw, furrowed brows, and narrowed eyes are typical facial indicators of anger. This expression is often seen when someone feels frustrated or offended. Next, we have fear. Widened eyes, raised eyebrows, and open mouth are signs of fear, often a response to perceived danger or threat. Let's talk about the role of gestures in our daily life. Gestures or movements of the hands and arms are an important part of non-verbal communication. They can serve to emphasize a point, express emotions, or even replace words entirely. Gestures can be divided into two categories. First, we've got illustrators. Second is emblems. Let's know what are illustrators. Now, these are gestures that accompany and enhance verbal communication. Let's say, for example, using your hand to show the size of an object while describing it. These gestures help clarify and reinforce what is being said. Second, we have emblems. Now, emblems are gestures that have a specific meaning in a particular culture and can stand in for words. For example, a raised hand with the palm facing forward may signal stop or halt, and a thumbs up often means approval. Now, while gestures can enhance communication, they can also be misinterpreted if not used appropriately. Let's say, for instance, crossing your arms during a conversation may suggest defensiveness or closed behavior, even if you're simply feeling cold. Let's talk about the impact of facial expressions and gestures. The facial expression and gestures can significantly impact the clarity of your message. They help others understand the emotional context of your words and give insight into your inner feelings. Let's say, for example, a smile paired with words of encouragement can provide warmth and make the message more effective. On the other hand, a sarcastic tone with furrowed brow can confuse or even alienate the listener. Gestures can also be a powerful tool in public speaking. A speaker who uses purposeful hand gestures to emphasize points or convey enthusiasm is likely to hold the audience's attention more effectively. However, overusing gestures can also be distracting, so it's very important to use them in moderation. As with body language, cultural differences also should be considered when interpreting facial expressions and gestures. In some cultures, certain gestures may have entirely different meanings, which leads to potential miscommunication. Now, being mindful of cultural norms can help ensure that your non-verbal communication is understood as intended. As you have seen, our face and gestures are like emotional amplifiers, but there's more to non-verbal communication. Let's talk about eye contact and posture. Now, these subtle cues can either build trust or create distance. Let's take a closer look. Eye contact and posture. Eye contact and posture are two more essential components of non-verbal communication. Now, these cues can convey confidence, attentiveness, trustworthiness, and even dominance. How you use your eyes and how you position your body during interactions can influence the way your message is being received. Let's talk about the importance of eye contact. Now, eye contact is one of the most powerful non-verbal cues in communication. It can express a wide range of emotions from interest and empathy to suspicion or aggression. Maintaining appropriate eye contact helps establish trust and rapport, whereas avoiding eye contact may suggest discomfort, dishonesty, or lack of confidence. Next, we'll talk about establishing trust. Maintaining eye contact during conversations signals attentiveness and interest. It shows that you are being engaged in the interaction and that you value the other person's input. Let's say, for instance, during a job interview, making consistent eye contact with the interviewer conveys confidence and sincerity. So next time when you go for job interview, make sure that you have a proper eye contact with the interviewer. Then we have signaling attention. Now when you look at someone while they're speaking, it shows that you are paying attention. Conversely, looking away may suggest disinterest or lack of focus. Next, we have cultural differences. The appropriate amount of eye contact can vary depending on cultural norms. In some cultures, too much of eye contact may be seen as aggressive or being disrespectful, while in others, it is expected as a sign of respect and attentiveness. Next, we have posture and its significance. Your posture, or the way you position your body, communicates volume about how you feel and how you want to be perceived. The posture can indicate confidence, openness, defensiveness, or even submission. Let's have a quick differentiation between open versus closed posture. An open posture, where the body faces the person directly with arms uncrossed and shoulders relaxed, signals openness and receptiveness. Now, closed postures, just crossing your arms or turning your body away, suggest discomfort or resistance. Next up, we have power posture. Standing tall with shoulders back and chest out is associated with confidence and authority. Now, adopting such a posture can not only influence how others perceive you, but can also boost your own sense of self-assurance. Slumped posture, like slouching or hunched soldiers, can convey lack of confidence or fatigue. It may also suggest that you are disengaged from the conversation. Next, let's talk about the impact of eye contact and posture on communication. Your eye contact and posture combined can reinforce or contradict your verbal message. Let's say, for example, if you're delivering a confident message but avoiding eye contact or you're slouching, then your words may not be taken seriously. On the other hand, if you maintain eye contact and you stand tall, your words will carry more weight and be perceived as more credible. Eye contact and posture also plays a role in non-verbal cues of dominance and submission. For example, in hierarchical relationships, such as between a manager and an employee, the manager may maintain more direct eye contact and use expansive body language, while the employee might avert their gaze and adopt a more reserved posture. Powerful stuff, isn't it? These non-verbal signals, whether it's look, a gesture, or a stance, can change the entire meaning of what we are saying. Now, let's bring it all together in Module 4 as we will explore how communication plays out in different real-world settings. Non-verbal communications is a very important aspect of how we interact and connect with others. Through body language, facial expressions, gestures, eye contact, and posture, we communicate emotions, intentions, and attitudes in ways that words alone cannot convey. Mastering these nonverbal cues can significantly enhance your ability to communicate effectively, build rapport, and influence others. By being aware of your own body language and interpreting these nonverbal cues of others, you can improve the clarity and impact of your message, create stronger connections, and avoid misunderstanding. Remember that nonverbal communication is a very powerful tool that works alongside verbal communication, which helps you reinforce and amplify the message you wish to convey. Welcome to our Module 4, Communication in Different Settings. Now, you know, communication is a skill that transcends personal conversations and touches upon various settings, each requiring distinct strategies and approaches. So whether you're engaging in professional communication, delivering a presentation, or resolving a conflict, the context in which communication takes place can significantly shape how messages are received and understood. So in this module, we will focus on 3 critical settings where communication plays a vital role: professional communication, public speaking and presentations, and conflict resolution as well. Mastering these areas can help you navigate complex situations effectively and enhance your communication abilities across different domains. Let's talk about professional communication. Now, professional communication is essential in the workplace as it impacts collaboration, decision-making, and productivity. The ability to communicate effectively in a professional setting is often a key determinant of career success. So whether interacting with colleagues or supervisors or even clients, the way you convey information can influence how you are perceived, and that can impact the outcomes of the communication process. Let's talk about the importance of professional communication. Now, in a professional environment, communication serves several key purposes. First is your information sharing. Professional communication is often used to exchange information. So whether it's about task, your project, deadlines, or changes in policy, clear communication ensures that all the team members are on the same page and reduce the risk of misunderstandings. Second is your building relationship. The way we communicate in a professional setting also contribute to relationship building. Open and respectful communication can help create trust between co-workers, supervisors, and clients, while poor communication can lead to frustration, confusion, and strained relationships. Next, we've got decision making and problem solving. Effective communication is very important for making informed decisions and solving problems in a timely manner. So when information is not conveyed clearly, decisions can be delayed and problems can escalate. Now, there are some key principles of professional communication. Let's have a look on that. First is your clarity and precision. In a professional settings, time is often limited and decisions need to be made very quickly. Now, clear and precise communication will reduce the chance of errors and ensures that messages are being understood and intended. You should avoid jargon unless necessary. Use simple, straightforward language. Next up, we have active listening. Now, effective communication involves not only speaking clearly, but also listening attentively. Now, active listening demonstrates respect and helps build rapport with colleagues. Now, by paying close attention to others, you can better understand their concerns, you can clarify their needs, and can also provide relevant feedback. Next up, we have tone and professionalism. You know that tone plays a very significant role in professional communication. A polite and respectful tone conveys professionalism and fosters positive working relationships. So whether communicating via email, phone, or in person, maintain a tone that reflects your understanding of the context and the recipient's role. Next, we have non-verbal cues. Now, professional communication isn't limited to words. Body language, your facial expressions, and posture can all send very powerful messages. Let's say, for example, maintaining eye contact during a conversation can convey confidence and attentiveness, while crossing your arms might suggest defensiveness or lack of engagement. Next up, we have adaptability. Each professional setting may require different communication styles. You may need to adjust your approach depending on whether you are talking to a superior, your peer, or client. Adapting your communication style to the situation ensures that you are conveying your message in the most appropriate manner. Let's talk about some channels of professional communication. First up, you have written communication. Now, in many professional environments, written communication such as emails, memos, and reports are standard. While communicating in writing, it's important to be concise and to ensure that the message is clear and error-free. Pay attention to tone, as written communication can sometimes be misinterpreted due to lack of vocal tone as well as your body language. Then we have verbal communication. Now, verbal communication includes a face-to-face interaction, your phone calls, and video conferencing. Now, these interactions offer the advantage of immediate feedback, which allows for quick clarification of ideas. However, they also require attention to body language, your tone, and listening skills. Then we've got digital communication. Now, with the rise of digital communication tools such as Slack, Microsoft Teams, and Zoom, many workplaces now communicate virtually. Now, these platforms require a blend of written and verbal communication skills and often involve a mix of synchronous and asynchronous communications. Being adept to these tools efficiently is essential for modern professional communication. Being clear and respectful in professional settings is key, but sometimes you need to go beyond one-to-one chats and speak to a room full of people. Up next, let's learn about how to shine in public speaking and presentations. Public speaking and presentations. Public speaking and delivering presentations are key skills that can be used in many different professional and social settings. So whether giving a speech at a conference, presenting a project proposal, or leading a meeting, the ability to communicate effectively in front of your audience is a valuable skill. However, for many, the thought of speaking in public can be intimidating. Now, to overcome this, it's very important to develop both your verbal and non-verbal communication skills to deliver engaging, clear, and persuasive presentations. Let's now talk about the importance of public speaking and presentations. Now, public speaking and presentations serve a variety of purposes, which includes educating and informing. Now, whether delivering a training session, conducting a webinar, or presenting research findings, public speaking is often used to share your knowledge and educate an audience. Next is persuading and influencing. Public speaking is also an essential tool for persuasion, whether pitching an idea to investors or convincing colleagues to adopt a new strategy. The goal is to influence the audience's thoughts and actions. Next, we'll talk about how to inspire action. You know that motivational speakers use public speaking to inspire their audiences that take action. A well-delivered presentation can energize and motivate an audience to change their behavior, adopt new practices, or even support a cause. Let's have some tips for effective public speaking. First of all, know your audience. Understanding the background, the interests, and expectation of your audience is very crucial when preparing your presentation. Tailor your message to meet their needs and address their concerns. Let's say, for instance, a presentation for senior executive might focus more on strategic outcomes, while a talk for employees might focus on practical steps and team involvement. Then we have structuring your presentation. A clear structure is very important for keeping your audience engaged and helping them follow your message. First, introduction, which captures attention and state the purpose of the presentation. The main body, present key points in logical sequence with supporting evidence and examples. Conclusion, summarizing the key takeaways and providing a call to action. Practice, rehearse your presentation very multiple times to ensure that you are comfortable with the material and the flow. Practicing in front of the mirror with a colleague or even recording yourself can help identify areas for your improvement. Next is engaging your audience. Now, a good speaker knows exactly how to engage the audience and to make the presentation interactive. You need to ask questions, you can use humor, you can tell stories, and make the presentation relatable. Engaging the audience ensures they stay focused and retains information better. Now, let's talk about how you can master non-verbal communication. Your body language, your facial expressions, and eye contact are just as important as your words when delivering a presentation. You can use purposeful gestures to emphasize key points, maintain eye contact to build trust, and stand tall with a confident posture to project authority. You should know how to handle nervousness. Now, it's very normal to feel nervous before speaking in public. Deep breathing, positive visualization, and focusing on your message rather than on yourself can help calm your nerve and allow you to perform at your best. Presenting ideas clearly can make a big difference, but what about when conversations get heated? Now, let's wrap up this module by learning how to handle tough situations with grace through effective conflict resolution. What exactly is conflict resolution? Now, conflicts are an inevitable part of life and work. So whether between colleagues, clients, or friends, misunderstandings and disagreements are bound to rise. However, how you handle conflict can make all the difference in the outcome of the situation. Effective communication is the key to resolving conflicts in a constructive manner and turning a potentially negative situations into a positive one. Let's look at some importance of conflict resolution. First of all, effective conflict resolution helps to prevent escalation. Now, when conflicts are addressed clearly and effectively, they are less likely to escalate and cause long-term damage to relationships or team dynamics. Next is maintaining healthy relationships. Conflict can strain relationships, but when handled properly, it can lead to greater understanding and even stronger connections. Effective conflict resolution helps preserve trust and collaboration. Improve problem solving. Conflict often arises when differing perspectives or goals clash. Through open communications, you can work together and find solutions that satisfy both the parties, leads to better outcomes and greater cooperation. First of all, listen actively. One of the first steps in resolving conflict is to listen carefully to all the parties involved. Allow each person to express their concerns without interruption. Now, this ensures that everyone feels heard and valued, which can reduce defensiveness. Next up is acknowledging emotions. Conflicts often involve strong emotions. Now, you need to acknowledge these emotions and empathize with the other person's perspective. Validating emotions can help create an atmosphere of understanding as well as respect. Next, identify the issue. Clearly define the issue at hand. This involves understanding the root cause of the conflict and clarifying the needs and concerns of each party. Avoid getting sidetracked by peripheral issues or personal attacks. Collaborate on solutions. Encourage open dialogue to brainstorm potential solutions rather than just approaching the conflict as a zero-sum game. Work collaboratively to find a resolution that satisfied everyone involved. This may require compromise and flexibility on both the sides. Maintain a calm tone during conflict resolution. It's very important to maintain calm and composed tone. Avoid raising your voice or using hostile languages, as this can escalate the situation. A calm demeanor can help diffuse tension and promote more productive conversation. Next is follow-up. After a resolution has been reached, follow up with the involved parties to ensure that the solution is working and that no further issues have arisen. Ongoing communication can help prevent future conflicts and ensure that relationships remain intact. So in this module, we have explored 3 critical aspects of communication in different settings: professional communication, public speaking and presentations, and even conflict resolution. Now, each of these settings requires unique approach to communication, but all rely on the fundamental principles of clarity, empathy, and respect. Mastering professional communication allows you to navigate the workplace effectively, while public speaking and presentations provide opportunities to influence and inspire audiences. Conflict resolution, on the other hand, helps preserve relationships and resolve disagreements in a constructive way. Now, by owning your communication skills in these areas, you can enhance effectiveness in both personal and professional settings, strengthening your relationships and contributing to more positive and productive environment. Communication is an invaluable skill, and the ability to adapt your approach to different contexts is key to becoming a more effective communicator in all the aspects of life.
So guys, let's start with the first fundamental question, that why do companies conduct market research? So guys, market research is a process of gathering, analyzing, and interpreting information about a market, including its customers, competitors, and overall industry dynamics. It involves collecting data from various sources such as surveys, interviews, observations, and secondary research also, and using that data to gain insights into market trends, consumer preferences, and competitive landscape. The primary objective of market research are: first, understanding the consumer needs, preferences, and behavior. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities and potential threats. Third one we have is assessing the feasibility and viability of new product or services. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the major categories of market research. Here are top 4 major categories of market research. The first one that we have all over here is quantitative research. This category focuses on collecting numerical data from a large sample size to quantify consumer behaviors, preferences, and attitudes. It involves methods such as surveys, online polls, questionnaires, and experiments, which allows for statistical analysis and generalization of findings. Next one we have all over here is qualitative research. Qualitative research aims to gain deeper insights into consumer motivations, perceptions, and attitudes through non-numerical data collection methods. Techniques such as interviews, focus groups, ethnographic studies, and observations are commonly used to provide rich, descriptive insights into consumer behavior. Third one we have all over here is primary research. Primary research involves collecting first-hand data directly from the target market using methods such as surveys, interviews, and observations. This type of research provides customized and up-to-date information tailored to the specific research objective of the project. And finally we have is secondary research. Secondary research involves gathering and analyzing existing data and information that has already been collected by other sources. This can include industry reports, government publications, academic studies, market intelligence reports, and data from online databases. Secondary research is often used to supplement primary research findings, provide context, or validate research hypotheses. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the benefits of using marketing techniques. So guys, using market research techniques offer numerous benefits, including few of them are, the first one that we have all over here is understanding customer needs. Market research techniques allows businessmen to gain insights into customer preferences, behaviors, and needs. By understanding what drives their target audience, businesses can develop products and services that better meet customer expectations, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities. Through market research, businesses can identify new market trends, niches, and opportunities for growth. By analyzing market data and consumer insights, businesses can uncover unmet needs or underserved segments, which allows them to capitalize on emerging trends and gain a competitive edge. Third one we have all over here is informed market decision. Market research techniques provide valuable feedback that can be used to inform product development efforts. By gathering insights from customers through surveys, interviews, or focus groups, businesses can identify product features, functionalities, and improvements that align with customer preferences and market demands. Next one we have all over here is measuring ROI. Market research enables businesses to measure the effectiveness of their marketing initiatives, product launches, or strategic decisions by tracking the key performance indicators or KPIs and also conducting post-campaign analysis. Businesses can evaluate their return on investment and identify areas for improvement or optimization. Overall, market research techniques provide businesses with valuable insights, enabling them to make data-driven decisions, stay ahead of market trends, and maintain a competitive edge in today's dynamic business environment. Now let's move on and discuss about top marketing research techniques. Here are some of the top 8 marketing techniques. The first one that we have all over here is surveys. If I talk about surveys, guys, surveys are a research method which are used to collect data from sample of individuals by asking them questions about their attitudes, behaviors, preferences, or opinions. Surveys can be conducted through various channels such as online questionnaires, phone interviews, face-to-face interviews, or mailed questionnaires. Second one we have all over here is focus groups. Focus groups are a qualitative research method that involves gathering a small group of individuals representing a target market to participate a guided discussion led by a moderator. Focus groups provide insights into consumer perceptions, opinions, and attitudes through group interaction and discussion. Third one we have all over here is social media listening. Social media listening, also known as social media monitoring or social media listening, involves monitoring and analyzing conversations, mentions, and trends on social media platforms to understand consumer sentiment, preferences, and behavior. Social media listening allows businesses to track brand mentions, monitor competitor activities, identify emerging trends, and engage with customers in real time. Fourth one we have all over here is experimental research. Experimental research is a method which is used to establish cause and effect relationships between variables by manipulating one or more variables, observing the effects on another variable. Experimental research involves control experiments conducted in laboratory or real-world settings to test hypotheses and draw conclusions about the effects of interventions or treatments. Next one we have all over here is data mining. Guys, you would have heard about data mining. Data mining is the process of extracting patterns, trends, and insights from large data sets using various statistical, machine learning, and data analysis techniques. Data mining allows businesses to uncover valuable insights about consumer behavior, preferences, and trends hidden within large volumes of data. Next one we have is observation. Observation is a research method used to systematically observe and record behaviors, events, or phenomena in natural or controlled settings without direct interaction with participants. Observation allows researchers to gather data about participant actions, interactions, and behavior as they occur in real time. Next one we have is public domain data. Public domain data refers to the information that is freely available and not subject to copyright or other legal restrictions. Public domain data can include government publications, open access research articles, historical records, and other types of data that are accessible to the public without restrictions. Next one we have all over here is competitive analysis. Competitive analysis is the process of evaluating and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of competitors with a specific industry or market. Competitive analysis involves gathering information about competitors' product, pricing strategies, marketing efforts, and market share to identify opportunities and threats and inform strategic decision making. So guys, I hope so you would have got an idea regarding what are the top 8 marketing techniques that you can apply for your business. Now let's move on and discuss a case study of Apple, where we are going to discover how their market research made one of the most successful product, which is known as iPod. So guys, in the early 2000s, Apple revolutionized the music industry with the introduction of iPod, a portable digital music player. Apple's success with the iPod can be attributed in part to its meticulous market research and understanding of consumer needs. Before developing the iPod, Apple conducted extensive market research to identify opportunities in the digital music market. They recognized the consumers were frustrated with the existing MP3 players, which were often bulky and had limited storage capacity, and were difficult to use also. Additionally, Apple identified a growing demand for digital music downloads and recognized the potential for a device that seamlessly integrated hardware, software, and content. Apple's market research guided the design and development of the iPod, focusing on the key features that address the consumer pains, points, and preferences. These features include a sleek, portable design, a user-friendly interface with the iconic click wheel, and significant storage capacity to hold thousands of songs. Additionally, Apple partnered with the record labels to secure licensing agreements for its iTunes music store, offering consumers a convenient and a legal way to purchase and download digital music. The iPod was launched in October 2001 to a widespread acclaim, quickly becoming a cultural phenomenon and transforming Apple into a dominant player in the digital music industry. Apple's market research-driven approach enabled them to create a product that resonated with the customers, driving significant demand and establishing the iPod as a market leader in the portable music players for years to come. This case study highlights the importance of market research in understanding consumer needs, identifying market opportunities, and guiding product development efforts. By conducting thorough market research, companies like Apple can develop products that meet consumer demands and achieve commercial success in the competitive markets.
Picture this. There's a team working hard on a cool new tech product. They are excited, but when they launch it, something's off. People aren't connecting with it like they hoped. That's where user personas come in. By really understanding who their users are, the team turned things around. Suddenly, the product wasn't just liked, it was loved. Here's the kicker. Studies show that using these user personas can make designing stuff way easier, like over 130% easier. But get this, most companies aren't using them. It's like having a secret weapon and not even knowing it. Our story, inspired by real events, shows just how important it is to understand the people using your tech. Crafting these user personas isn't just about being creative, it's about making sure your product speaks directly to the folks who will use it. It's a journey that can turn a dud into a hit. So as we dive into the world of user persona creation, remember, it's all about putting a human touch on technology, one persona at a time. Have you ever been curious about how tech giants like Spotify, Amazon, or Netflix seem to intuitively know your preferences, offering up songs, products, or TV shows that perfectly match your taste? The secret behind this almost psychic ability isn't a result of mystical foresight. It's the strategic use of user personas. If you want to know what user persona is, so user persona are semi-fictional characters that businesses create based on real data and insights from their actual or potential customers. These personas are crafted to represent key segments of a product's audience, including detailed profiles that encompass not just basic demographic information, but also behaviors, goals, needs, and pain points. For instance, consider Fitness Fiona. Now we'll see a persona for a health and wellness app. That is, Fiona, age 30, is an outdoor activity enthusiast who seeks motivation and tools to track her fitness progress. So the creation of such persona is driven by a desire for empathy and a deep understanding of users' needs, allowing designers to create products, services, and experience that truly resonate. So you could see the example of a persona here, and this is for the fitness Fiona. That's a quick overview. We'll have it. So first we have the age and occupation. So the age is 30 and the occupation is digital marketing specialist. And then we have the lifestyle and interest. So the lifestyle is it leads or she leads an active lifestyle with a keen interest in outdoor activities like running and hiking, and value health, community, and personal growth. And then the goals. She seeks to maintain a healthy, balanced lifestyle despite a busy schedule and aims to stay fit and participate in community fitness events. And the challenges she was facing was struggles to find time for regular workouts and to stay motivated, and overwhelmed by the vast amounts of fitness information available. And if we talk about her app usage, so she prefers using fitness tracking apps and engaging with health and wellness content online. Looks for apps that provide personalized workout plans, nutritional guidance, and community support. And the tech savviness, that is high, integrates technology seamlessly into her fitness journey. Fiona represents the target user for a health and wellness app, guiding the development towards features that addresses her specific needs and challenges. So this was about a user persona of a lady, that is fitness Fiona. Now moving to the role of user persona in the company or any role you want. So user persona play a pivotal role in guiding the development and marketing of products and services. Their impact is far-reaching, influencing decisions across various stages of project development and execution. So let's see the points. The number one is enhances user-centered design. So user personas keep the focus on the user's need, preferences, and behaviors, ensuring that product design and functionality are tailored to meet the actual requirements of the target audience. The next is improved product development efficiency. By understanding the specific needs and challenges of the personas, teams can prioritize features and functionalities that offer the most value, thereby streamlining the development processes. Then we have facilitate better marketing strategies. Knowing the personas help in crafting targeted marketing campaigns that speak directly to the interest, needs, and pain points of potential users, improving engagement and conversation rates. Then we have aids in content creation and personalization. Content can be designed to resonate with the personas, whether it's blog post, social media content, or email marketing, ensuring higher relevance and engagement. Then the point is enhance user experience. With insights into the personas, preferences, and behaviors, UX designers can create more intuitive interfaces and interactions that enhance satisfaction and usability. And then the point is guide product customization and innovation. Understanding the evolving needs of your personas can lead to innovations or customizations that keep your product or service competitive and aligned with user expectations. And then we have supports decision making. When faced with decisions about feature inclusion, design changes, or market positioning, user personas provide a preference point that reflects the user's base collective needs and desires. So these are the role of user personas, and the creation and utilization of user personas are foundational elements in crafting products and experiences that truly meet and exceed user expectations, driving satisfaction, loyalty, and ultimately business success. Now we'll see the process of creating user personas. So creating user persona is a structured process that combines research, analysis, and creative synthesis. The goal is to generate actionable insights that guide product development, design, and marketing strategies. So we'll have an overview of the steps involved in creating effective user personas. So the number one step is conduct research. Start by gathering data about your potential or existing users. This can include qualitative methods like interviews, focus groups, and ethnographic observation, as well as quantitative methods such as surveys and analysis of user behavior data from analytics platforms. So let's understand this with an example. So let's consider a scenario. The development team for the EcoStay app starts by collecting data. They conduct online surveys targeting travelers interested in sustainable living. They also analyze forum discussion on ecotourism websites and interview frequent travelers to understand their preferences and concerns. So the next step or the process would be analyze the data. Look for patterns and commonalities in the data collected. This might involve segmenting users based on demographics, behaviors, preferences, or goals. The aim is to identify meaningful groups of users who share specific characteristics or needs. And the findings we have from here is, from the research, The team notices, like we are again back to the example. So from the research that was done, that was the conducting the research. So the team notices patterns. Many respondents prioritize sustainability but also express concerns about cost and the authenticity of eco-friendly claims. They identify three main segments: budget eco travelers, luxury eco tourists, and eco conscious families. So these were the findings, analyzing the data. And then we have create draft personas, the next step. So based on your analysis, start drafting your personas. Each persona should represent a significant segment of your audience. Include demographic details, behaviors, needs, goals, challenges, and any other relevant information that defines the persona. So you could start drafting the persona. That could be for the budget eco traveler and any name Beth. Then you can have her age, occupation, goals, what challenges she is facing, and then the next step that would be refine and validate personas. Refine your personas by gathering feedback from stakeholders and comparing the personas against actual user data when available. So this step may involve revisiting your research to fill in gaps or clarify aspects of the personas. And for example, the team that was the app team that shares Beth's persona with ecotourism experts and real travelers fitting Beth's profile for feedback. Adjustments are made based on suggestions such as emphasizing the importance of community reviews in Beth's decision-making process. So this was about the refine and validate personas. Now moving to the next step, that is develop scenarios and goals. For each persona, outline key scenario or task they need to accomplish with your product or service. This helps in understanding the context in which your personas will interact with your offerings. So let's consider a scenario with an example only. So Beth, for which the persona was created. So Beth is planning a 2-week backpacking trip across Costa Rica. So she uses EcoStay, that app person was making. So she uses EcoStay to find budget-friendly, verified eco lodges and hostels. So key features she looks for include sustainability certifications, user reviews, and easy booking options. So this was about her. So now moving to the next step, that is apply personas. So use the persona to guide decision making in product development, design, and content strategy and marketing. Personas should inform features, user interface design, and the overall user experience, as well as targeting and messaging in marketing campaign. And if we talk about the example, so the EcoStay app, so that development focuses on features like a verification badge for accommodations with authentic eco certifications, a budget filter with a sustainability rating, and a community review section. So this was about apply personas. Now moving to the next one, or the marketing campaign highlights stories from budget travelers like Beth, showcasing the app's ability to combine affordability with sustainability. Now moving to the next, that is review and iterate. So user persona should not be static. As your product evolves and you gather more data about your user, revisit and update your persona to ensure they remain accurate and relevant. And about the iteration, so after the app's launch, user feedback and usage data are analyzed. The team finds that eco-conscious families are also using features designed for budget travelers. So the personas are updated to reflect their crossover, leading to the development of family-friendly features and content. So throughout this process, it's crucial to remember that personas are tools for empathy and understanding, designed to keep the user at the heart of product development decisions. While the exact details and depth of each persona can vary depending on people's scope and the available data, the fundamental goal remains the same: to create a product that resonates with and meets the needs of your target users. So now moving to the next topic, that is applying persona to product development and marketing. Certainly, applying user personas effectively streamline both product development and marketing, ensuring efforts are closely aligned with user needs. So now we'll see a condensed overview. So starting with the product development, number one point would be feature focus. Use personas to pinpoint essential features that truly matter to your target users, enhancing the product's value. And then design decision. Tailor design elements to match the preferences and tech proficiency of your persona, improving usability and user satisfaction. And then we have personalized experience. Leverage insights from personas to customize user experience, meeting diverse needs within your user base. Now coming to the marketing team, So the points are tailored messaging. Craft messages that resonate deeply with each persona, addressing their specific interest and pain point for more effective communication. And then we have content strategy. Develop content that speaks directly to the concerns and goals of your personas, ensuring greater engagement. Then we have channel selection. Choose marketing channels based on your persona's preferences, optimizing reach and impact. So let's see a simplified application example. For a fitness app aimed at users like Fitness Fiona, the development team might focus on personalized workout plans and social sharing features, while marketing efforts could highlight success stories and tips for busy lifestyles, directly catering to Fiona's interest and needs. So, by focusing on these streamlined points, both product development and marketing can more effectively align with user expectations, driving engagement and satisfaction. So this was about the process of creating user personas. And now moving to the real world success stories. So real world success stories serve as powerful illustrations of the tangible impact user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So we'll see two examples showcasing how companies have leveraged personas to achieving significant results. So the number one example would be Spotify's personalized recommendation. So the challenge Spotify faced was Spotify sought to enhance user engagement by delivering personalized music recommendations tailored to individual taste and preferences. And the solution they got was by analyzing user data and behavior patterns. Spotify created user personas representing different music preferences, listening habits, and discovery preferences. These personas informed the development of algorithms that powered personalized playlists such as Discover Weekly and Daily Mix, providing users with a customized music experience. And the outcome it generated was Spotify's use of personas and personalized recommendations led to a significant increase in user engagement and satisfaction. Discover Weekly alone reached over 40 million users within its first year, driving longer listening sessions and boosting user retention rates. Now moving to the next example, that is Airbnb's host and guest personas. So the challenge was Airbnb aimed to enhance the experience for both host and guest by understanding their distinct needs and pain points. And the solution they output or the outcome was detailed personas for both host and guest, encompassing demographic information, motivations, and behaviors. So these personas guided product development decisions, informing the design of features such as host profiles, guest reviews, and search filters tailored to specific preferences. And the outcome that got was by aligning product features with the needs of their user persona. Airbnb achieved significant growth and improved user satisfaction. Hosts felt more empowered to showcase their properties effectively, while guests enjoyed a more personalized and seamless booking experience, resulting in increased bookings and positive reviews. So these real-world success stories highlight the transformative impact that user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So by understanding their users on a deeper level and tailoring their offerings accordingly, companies can drive engagement, retention, and ultimately business success. Now, talking about the common pitfalls and tips. So, navigating the creation and application of user persona comes with its share of challenges. So, here we will see some common pitfalls to avoid and tips to ensure effective use of persona. So, the common pitfalls are overgeneralization, creating personas that are too broad or stereotypical that can lead to inaccurate representations of your user base, resulting in ineffective strategies. And then comes the point lack of data validation. Relying solely on assumptions or anecdotal evidence without validating personas with real user data can lead to misleading insights and misguided decisions. And then comes the static personas. Treating personas as static representations of users can result in outdated or irrelevant profiles. User needs and behaviors evolve over time. Personas should be regularly reviewed and updated. Ignoring negative personas. Focusing only on positive personas can lead to neglecting important segments of your user base with different needs or pain points. So these were the common pitfalls. Now the tips for success. So the number one is conduct thorough research. Invest time and resources into collecting both qualitative and quantitative data to ensure your personas are based on accurate and comprehensive insights. Then comes the point validate persona with real users. Use surveys, interviews, and user testing to validate personas and ensure they accurately represent your target audience. Then comes the iterate and update regularly. Continuously revisit and refine your personas based on new data and insights to keep them relevant and aligned with evolving user needs. Then comes the point focus on key personas. Prioritize personas that represent the most significant segments of your user base, focusing your efforts on addressing their needs and preferences. And then comes involve cross-functional teams. Collaborate with stakeholders from different departments, including marketing, design, and product management, to ensure alignment and buy-in for persona-driven strategies. And then comes user personas as decision-making tools. Integrate personas into your decision-making processes for product development, marketing, and content strategy to ensure user-centric outcomes. So by avoiding common pitfalls and following these tips, you can harness the power of user personas to drive informed decision-making, improve user experiences, and ultimately achieve greater success with your products and services. And in summary, user personas are invaluable tool for understanding and empathizing with your target audience. By creating detailed profiles based on real data, you can inform product development, design, and marketing strategies effectively. Avoid common pitfalls like overgeneralization and static personas by continuously validating and updating them. With user personas, you can prioritize features, make informed decisions, and tailor experiences that resonate with users, ultimately driving engagement and business success.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this. You have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally, you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing, no matter how much you sweat over it, there's always going to be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider SP Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV, or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb's journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first, and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identified. Keep the features simple and focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
So guys, let's start by understanding what is product market fit. Guys, product market fit refers to the moment when company's product resonates deeply with its target customers. It's when customers not only buy the product but also use it regularly and recommend it to others, helping the product gain attraction and sustain growth over the time. This concept is critical for any business that wants to achieve long-term profitability and also success. Entrepreneurs and venture capitalists like Mark Anderson, who is widely credited with popularizing the idea, describes product market fit as finding a good market and creating a product that meets the needs of that market. It's not just about launching a product, it's about ensuring that the product satisfies a significant demand within the chosen market. Without this alignment between the product and market, growth will be significant and demand will be chosen within the market. So guys, without this alignment between product and market, growth will be stunted and profitability will be difficult to achieve. Dan Oslin, a renowned product management expert, developed a framework known as the product market fit pyramid, which helps basically companies navigate the process of achieving this alignment. Now, let's try to move ahead and understand why product market fit is important. So guys, Alex Schulz, Facebook's Vice President of Growth, has emphasized that one of the common issues he observes in the company that he advises is misconception around product market fit. Many companies believe that they have achieved it when they actually haven't. Why does it matter so much? Why do venture capitalists frequently require evidence of product market fit before investing in a company? And why do Mark Andersons divide the startup journey into two distinct phases, before product market fit and after product market fit? The answer is pretty simple, guys. Until you confirm that your product has a large enough market of customers willing to pay for it, your company shouldn't focus on scaling other strategic objectives like upselling and before product market fit. These efforts are premature and potentially counterproductive. For example, guys, spending money on advertising or expanding sales team doesn't make sense if you haven't first proven that there's sufficient market for your product. Achieving product market fit means that your product has demonstrated enough value that a significant number of people want it. It's at this point that the business can begin focusing on growth strategies. But before reaching this stage, the primary goal is to validate that the product solves a real problem for the market. In short, guys, product market fit is the foundation for long-term growth. Without it, even the best of your sales and marketing efforts are likely to fall short. So guys, as you can see all over here, so there are certain reasons like product market fit is important, like I have mentioned, sustainable growth, resource efficiency, investors' confidence, customer loyalty, and competitive advantage. So these are some of the main reasons why product market fit is important. But now the question arises, who is responsible for the product market fit? While product market fit is often associated with the roles of product managers and marketers, the reality is that it's a company's wide responsibility. Every team from sales to customer support and finance plays a role in helping the company reach this milestone. The product team may be at the forefront of creating a product, but customer feedback from sales and support teams can provide invaluable insights. The finance department also plays a key role by tracking key metrics that indicate invaluable insights and also whether the company is making progress towards product market fit or not. In essence of achieving product market fit, it requires collaboration across all the departments. It's not just about developing the right product, it's also about making sure that the entire organization is aligned and focused on meeting the needs of customer. Now, let us talk about a very important question, that how to measure the product market fit. So guys, there's no definitive metric to tell a company that it has achieved product market fit. However, several indicators can signal that you are on the right path. Andrew Chen, a venture capitalist, offers some useful guidelines for assessing the product market fit. The first one is customer feedback. Like, are customers showing a willingness to switch to your product? When your potential customers try your product, do they express a preference for it over other competitors? Market differentiation. Like, have customers who previously rejected other solutions now turn to your product? Are you offering something distinct that captures their interest, like the competitive grouping? Do customers intuitively understand which other products yours competes with? If they place your products in the same category as leading alternatives, it indicates you are playing right in the market. So guys, as you can see all over here, now let us try to understand some of the other measures. The next reason is product understanding. Like, do customers clearly grasp what sets your products apart? If they can easily identify your product's unique selling points, then you are on the right track. Next, we have the retention rates. Like, how do your metrics such as customer retention rates compare to those of your competitors? Strong retention is a good sign that you are providing value to your customers. These signals encompass both qualitative and quantitative measures, reflecting that product market fit is just not about numbers, but it's also about customer perception and behavior. So guys, now let us discuss about some of the qualitative measures. For example, we have first one, that is word of mouth. According to Mark Andreessen, one of the best indicators of product market fit is when customers start promoting your product on their own. They essentially become your sales representative by recommending your product to others. Next is media attention. Like, you get increased call from media outlets and analysts suggest that your product is gaining visibility and credibility in the industry. Frequent media coverage can indicate growing market interest in your offering. By tracking both qualitative and quantitative metrics, company can better understand where their products stand and on the path toward product market fit. Now, the biggest question arises, how to achieve product market fit? So guys, there is no universal formula for achieving the product market fit. The Dan Olson's book, The Lean Product Playbook, provides a 6 framework that helps team towards this goal. So guys, the first is determine your target customer. First, identify who your product is for. This involves understanding the demographic, psychographic, and behavioral characteristic of your ideal customer. Without a clear target audience, it's difficult to design a product that meets the real needs. Next is identify the underserved needs. It means that you have to assess the unmet or poorly met needs of your target audience. By identifying the gaps in the existing products, you can tailor your solutions to address those areas. This step is very crucial for differentiating your product from the competitor. Next is define your value proposition. Based on the needs you have identified, craft a value proposition that clearly communicates why your product is the best solution for your target audience. You have to also tell what unique benefits does it offers and how does it solve the customer problem more effectively than the alternatives. Specify your minimum viable product. So guys, specifying your MVP feature set is very important. An MVP is the simplest version of your product that still delivers value to your target customers. The goal is to focus only on the core features that addresses the most pressing customer needs, rather than trying to build a fully featured product right way. By launching an MVP, you can give the feedback and iterate quickly. Develop your MVP, then once all the MVP feature set is defined, the next step is to build and launch it. The initial version of your product should be focused on delivering the core value proposition while allowing you to gather data and insights from real customer. Next is test your MVP with the customers. Finally, once the MVP is live, collect feedback from your target customers. Use this feedback to refine and improve the product. Testing helps validate whether your product meets the needs of the customers and market, and also provides the valuable insights for future iteration. Achieving product market fit is an ongoing process. It requires continuous refinement of your product based on customer feedback and market conditions. However, by following this structured approach, your team can stay focused on the key elements that drive the product market fit. So guys, we have come to the end of this video. And before that, I want to say something. That product market fit is a vital milestone for any company. It is the point at which your product gains enough attraction in the market to support sustainable growth. Without it, even the most ambitious business strategies are unlikely to succeed. The journey to the product market fit is often challenging, and it requires both a deep understanding of the customer needs and willingness to iterate on your product. But guys, once achieved, product market fit can unlock the potential for rapid growth and long-term success.
For cracking an interview, it's first essential to understand what product sense is. Product sense and product managers consistently display a strong sense of the product. So let's move ahead with this session and understand how to crack a product sense interview. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. So today we'll start this session with what is product sense and how to develop a product sense. Moving ahead, we'll understand the product sense interviews and how to gain product sense. Following that, we'll take a look at what a product sense interviewer is looking to see and some sample questions. And stick to the end, because we will wrap this session by providing you with some tips to follow to crack the product sense interviews. So let's start with the session and understand what is product sense. Understanding a product's requirements is known as having product sense. One of the actual hard talents that good product managers should possess is product sense. It's a key element of product development and any product strategy. It is a crucial talent for designing goods with people in mind. A product's success depends on addressing consumer demands, and product sense is a form of foresight. Many businesses prioritize product sense while choosing individuals for PM positions. True product sense goes well beyond the design and user experience of the solution. One of the components of the product sense equation is anticipating the downsides and trade-offs of each product decision, and knowing which ideas to reject is also included in it. Understanding why a product would or wouldn't function is necessary, and product sense helps you identify the issues your product resolves and how to add new features that work similarly. The ability of PMs to understand products has long been mysterious. Now let's understand how to develop a product sense. Strong product sense is a quality that product managers consistently exhibit. They also provide value that meets client requirements while updating such items. Most product management use scenarios have this goal in mind. Though it is sometimes simpler said than done, improving revenue and profit margins may mean sacrificing these objectives. Product managers and leaders may improve this ability and develop their intuitive sense of user demands in a variety of ways. There are three components that make up product sense. Number one, compassion. This is the capacity to mimic several distinct personalities who are not like you in terms of their thought processes. Having the ability to state that in this circumstance, this sort of user will respond in this way, or to assert that our business partners would react in a certain way, or even that our rivals will see our move in a certain way. One crucial aspect of product sense is the ability to honestly do that well. Going above and beyond to get into users' shoes, into their thinking, and into their problems helps you develop a strong product sense. Talking to various people and partners is a definitive technique to increase your empathy. Don't just converse with them and accept what they tell you as you go about doing this. The most crucial component of developing this empathy is to try to understand why they are saying what they are saying. Although you won't always have the user in front of you to ask what would work, you may accurately forecast it by knowing why they feel or act the way they do. Number two, originality. The ability to think creatively and generate fresh solutions to a given circumstance or challenge is the most elusive but significant component of product sense. It is the responsibility of the product manager to specify the construction process. You may develop the key talent of creative thinking to do this. It might be a force multiplier to be able to come up with novel solutions to consumer issues. In addition to providing sensible answers, the top product managers also inspire innovation. After all, nothing has ever been constructed before without the use of creativity. Setting strategy, prioritizing new ideas, and putting them into practice all need creativity. And number three, domain knowledge. When you have a deep understanding of the industry you work in, ideas for what kind of product to create and how to create it will automatically come to you better and more accurately. To be more precise, I'd advise putting your attention on understanding your users and consumers, the competitors and what they're up to, and any opportunities or constraints presented by technology. Functional expertise is concerned with the product management process, whereas domain expertise is focused on the market. I contend that this is distinct from talents. The art of influencing is one such. Influencing is a crucial ability for PMs since they have a lot of responsibility and limited control over other people. The market, consumers, industry, opponents' products, and etc. are all part of the domain experience. Yes, some technical expertise is required, but the market is still the major concern. Otherwise, you run the risk of becoming technology driven, missing market possibilities, or misinterpreting client wants. Now, let's move on to the basic detailing of the product sense interview. Product interviews not only attain questions based on the product sense, but also analytical questions and case studies. In most cases, the product sense interviews hold on to the questions like, which is the product you like the most? Why do you like it? And what kind of improvements do you want to make to it? Or the interviewer can ask you about a particular product, maybe just like Google Maps. The interviewer can ask about how you would improve Google Maps and its services. The questions about actual products are occasionally included in the product sense interviews. A product's design and strategy might also be the basis for these inquiries. For example, what design principles would you use to create a YouTube clone app that runs in the background? Regardless of whether a product is digital or physical, the solutions for its design or marketing tactics always stay the same. PM interviews evaluate three key competencies: product sense, execution, and behavioral competencies. Every employer has a unique interview process, but they all assess the same fundamental competencies. Hard as it may be to admit, most interviewers need rapid thinking and responses. Quick thinking is facilitated by frameworks. Your interviewer for the execution is searching for if you can quantify what matters and apply analytics to make data driven judgments, if you can identify and balance various trade offs to make wise product selections, and if you can efficiently use your limited time and resources to have the greatest impact. Now let us understand what the interviewer is trying to see in you or trying to judge you on. The interviewer mostly asks you about the four things based on a product: context, prioritization, creativity, metrics. Context. The interviewer will ask you about the context of the problem statement. Do you get the context of the problem? Are you able to empathize with which context the product is going to be used? Who will be the users of the product? And what will be the difficulties the users will face with these particular products? How can we resolve such difficulties? And many more. Prioritization. Are you able to prioritize from all the major points, segments, and use cases you have developed, the appropriate collection of segments and pinpoints, supporting your decisions with logic and data? Such questions are asked by the interviewer. Creativity. The interviewer will always want you to provide a creative solution for the problem statement, because this is where your ability to think of a creative solution to the problem and your ability to design comes into being. Metrics. The interviewer may ask if you can come up with the metrics against which you will judge your product intervention. Well, these are the four primary aspects around which the product sense interview will roam. The interviewer is going to check your ability to think, design, strategize, and create. The interviewer doesn't expect you to come up with a solution that will change the whole face or the product. They are typically trying to find out if you have the structure of the product based on the problems and their solutions in your mind. Before moving ahead, here's a question for you all. What is your favorite product and why? Do let us know in the comments below. Now let's know what makes a product manager gain a thriving product sense. Designing products training. Good PMs are familiar with design, and an MBA is beneficial. The subjects of product design and innovation are two of the favorites of usual PMs. Some used to create stuff and get feedback throughout several rounds. It might be challenging to take criticism on the job seriously and promptly. Case studies in marketing. Academically speaking, marketing includes products. Product, pricing, location, and promotion are the 4 Ps. The MBA program is a marketing masterclass, and in the case of study simulations, you compete against other teams, and in that way, you pick things up much more quickly. Hard skills. Great PMs need to influence without being in charge. These frequently involve knowledge of corporate operations, research techniques, and best practices in product management. Here, hard skills are crucial. Clubs, happy hours, and corporate outings make up half of the MBA. Your social abilities will significantly advance as a result. Network. In the field of product management, networking generally entails locating decision makers, significant stakeholders, influencers, and other experts and forming productive connections with them. Now, I know people who manage billion-dollar hedge, VC, and PE firms. And there's just no likelihood that, as a manager in technology, I would know these folks. Analyzing a problem related to metrics. Choosing the appropriate metrics to track and examine results in better informed choices being made throughout the product development process. These metrics provide the business with tangible proof of the components of the product or customer experience that are not connecting with customers. This data-driven knowledge may be used by the product, marketing, and sales teams to better understand the drivers of their consumer profiles. The corporation uses this information to better its products going forward. Measuring impacts. The next stage is to express specifically what you expect this adjustment to accomplish once you have identified the relevant measurements. Goals that are SMART, or MT if you prefer, and make it obvious if they were achieved are good goals. Moving on, let's know what your product sense interviewer is looking to see. Can you clearly articulate who you are building for, why, and how it fits into the Meta mission? Can you provide thoughtful reasoning for why Meta should or should not focus on specific aspects of the broadest possible product opportunity at hand? Can you provide a thorough vision for your desired MVP experience to test out your hypothesis, as well as your desired end state for this product, say 3 years out? This comes down to concretely defining priorities and goals. Can you zoom out from your personal user needs and think about how this product could scale and provide maximum value to Meta's global user base of over 3 billion people? Product sense interview questions will typically be in the form of one very deep hypothetical, what would you build for X, with a series of follow up questions to understand your thought process. Let's now have a look at a few sample questions. The interviewer may ask you, how would you improve Instagram stories? Build a Facebook product for travel. How would you build Facebook Birthday if it weren't there? How can we improve Google Maps? Create a photo sharing app for Google. Build a music app for Facebook. Moving on, let's have a look at the tips that you may follow to crack the sense interview. Knowing what the interviewer can ask, you should understand what aspect the interviewer is looking for in you. Adhere to the framework. The product sense interview is all about following the structural framework to provide an ethical and practical solution to the problem given to you. It's not every time about creativity. The solution should be more practical. The interviewer is majorly looking for your structural approach to provide the solution. Questioning. The approach is your interviewer's main area of emphasis. You are not required to respond as soon as you hear the question from the interviewer. It's acceptable to take a break and ask the interviewer a clarifying question if you're having trouble comprehending what is being asked of you. This will help you realize exactly what the interviewer needs to know. Even if you think you understand the question, you should nevertheless paraphrase it to make sure you're not missing any important details. Reiterate the structure you're going to use after a brief pause of 10 to 20 seconds. And give a layout while responding to the question so the interviewer can see your response more clearly. Research the firm and become acquainted with its main offerings. It's the firm that's hiring you, so at least they are going to ask you about their concerned product as well. Being familiar with their products will give you a vision of what exactly the company wants from you, and you will be able to structurize your opinions. So, before going for the interview, you must go through the company's background, its workings, and its products. Be versatile. Most interview discussions don't go as expected, so never impose a framework. By checking in with the interviewer regularly and stopping, you may make the dialogue casual and free-flowing. Define the product goal. Instead of using a statistic, define the product goal in terms of the customer problem. Metrics are only a way to measure progress. They are not the driving force behind product development. People's issues are resolved through products. For instance, Google Maps' objective is to assist users in navigating the world, not to boost the volume of route searches. What quality of a product makes it good or bad as per your experience with the products? Do let us know in the comments below.
Let me ask, have you ever been in an interview where they threw a tough question at you? Like, how would you solve this product problem? It can feel pretty overwhelming. Well, don't worry. Today, I'm going to help you out to figure how to answer these product management case study questions easily. These are the kinds of questions where you have to solve real business problems, like deciding what features an app should have or how to launch a new product. Let's say you're asked to improve the onboarding process of a food delivery app. Sounds tricky, not if you want to know how to break it down. In this video, I'm going to show you how to handle these kinds of questions step by step. First, I'll explain you how to listen carefully and ask the right questions, like what's the biggest issue users are facing or what's the main goal here. Understanding the problem is the first step. Next, I'll show you how to organize your answer. You'll break the problem into small parts, think about the solution, and explain why it's a good idea. For example, if you're asked to improve a grocery delivery app, you would think about making it easy to use, keeping customers happy, and standing out from the competition. Finally, I'll teach you how to explain your thinking process. The interviewer wants to see how you can think and make decisions, not just the final answer. So by the end of this video, you'll know how to confidently solve these case study questions and show the interviewer that you are ready for the job. So let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is to listen carefully and take notes. When you're given a case study question, it often includes a lot of information, sometimes too much. Your goal here is to understand the key details, whether the case is about prioritizing features for a new app or creating a go-to-market strategy. It's crucial to capture the most important points. Let's say the interviewer asks, how would you prioritize features for a new music streaming app? Right away, you want to note down things like the target audience, who will be using this app, is it designed for a casual listeners or music professionals? Then we have business goal. Is the company looking to grow its user base or increase engagement or something else? You'll also look into the challenges, what are the key problems, what they are facing. Maybe users are dropping off after the first month or aren't spending much time in the app. So writing these points will help you break down the problem and make sure you don't miss anything when you're ready to give your answer. Remember, case studies can have multiple layers of information, so taking good notes help you organize your thoughts and approach the question logically. The second step is to ask clarifying questions. Don't hesitate to ask clarifying questions. Interviewers want to see how well you dig into the problem. If something is unclear, ask. It shows how you're thinking critically and want to fully understand the challenge before you jump into solving it. For example, let's say you are asked to improve a product features for a food delivery app. You could ask questions like, what are the main points for users during the delivery process? Is it related to the speed, user interface, or something else? What's the company goal with this feature improvement? Are we focusing on reducing order time, increasing customer satisfaction, or something else? Asking questions like these will not only help you gather more details, but also demonstrate the interviewer that you have a thoughtful and precise in your approach. It's not just about solving the problem, it's about solving the right problem. The next step is to pause and think. Now, take a moment to pause and think. Don't rush your answer. It's tempting to jump right in, but giving yourself time to process everything will help you approach the case study with a clear mind. Reflect on the problem and consider how it ties into the broader goals of the company. For example, if you're tasked with designing a feature for a food delivery app, think beyond the feature itself. Consider the user experience, market positioning, and the long-term impact on the business. Let's say you're asked to improve the sign-up process for a food delivery app. You don't want to just think about making the process shorter. You also want to consider how the sign-up flows into the overall experience. Is it simple and intuitive for the users? Does it create a seamless transition into the rest of the app or not? Also encouraging users to place an order right away. Taking a moment to pause allows you to think through different aspects of the case and gives you a chance to identify any connections that might not be immediately obvious. The next step is to structure your answer. Now that you have gathered your information and asked clarifying questions, it's time to structure your answer. A clear and well-organized response will show the interviewer that you can handle complex problems in a logical way. Here's a framework that works well. The problem. Start by clearly relating the business challenges or opportunity. For example, the food delivery app is facing high cart abandonment rates during checkout, which is impacting conversation. Your approach should be explaining how you would approach the problem. This might involve analyzing user behavior, conducting market research, or benchmarking against competitors. For instance, you could say, I would start by analyzing data or user behavior to identify the exact point where customers are dropping off during checkout. I would also look at competitors' app to see how they streamline their checkout process. Then propose a solution. For example, to solve the cart issue, I would simplify the checkout process by introducing one-click checkout option for returning users and offering payment options that are most popular in the target region. Finally, mention the key metrics you would track to measure success. For example, you would track the cart completion rate and the average time spent in the checkout flow as key indicators of success. Additionally, you would monitor customer satisfaction rates post-purchase. This structured approach helps you provide a comprehensive answer without missing any important details. Let's say the case study asks you how you would enter a new market for a rideshare app. You could structure your answer like this. Problem: entering a new city and competing with established players. Your approach should be studying the city's public transport habits and competitors' offerings, identifying what users in the city value most, the price, speed, or convenience. Your solution should be like launching a pilot program with ride incentives for early adopters and offering personalized ride suggestions based on their previous trips. For metrics, you should know how to track customer acquisition, ride frequency, and average ride distance to measure success. The next step is explaining your thought process. As you explain your answer, don't just jump into the final solution. Walk the interviewer through your thoughts step by step. This helps the interviewer understand how you would arrive at your solution and what factors you consider along the way. For example, if you're designing a feature for an e-commerce platform, you might say, I start by analyzing the customer journey and finding out that many users abandon their carts during the payment stage. Based on user feedback, you would learn the customers want more payment option. So you decide to implement PayPal or one-click checkout feature for logged-in users. So this approach not only shows that you're thinking critically, but also demonstrates that your solution is grounded in user needs and business goals. Remember, interviewers want to see how you think, so explaining your process step by step gives them insight into your problem-solving abilities. Now the next step is to pivot and check in with the interviewer. Here's an important step: pivot and check in with the interviewer after you have explained your approach. It's a good idea to pause and ask, does this align with what the company is aiming for? Or would you like me to dive deeper into any of the specific area? This shows that you're open to feedback and willing to adjust your approach based on the input, which is a crucial skill for any product manager. Flexibility is the key in this role, and checking in with the interviewer demonstrates that you can adapt your strategy as needed. Let's say you're discussing a product launch strategy. After explaining your approach, you could ask, do you think this timeline works for your team, or should we consider a phased launch or test the market first? This kind of back and forth creates more interactive discussion, allowing the interviewer to give you feedback and potentially guide you toward the direction they are looking for. The next step is to summarize your answer. Before wrapping up, it's important to summarize your answer. Quickly restate the problem, your approach, the solution, and the success metrics. For example, to summarize, my solution for improving the onboarding process involves simplifying the sign-up flow by offering social media login options and displaying a progress bar to give user a sense of completion. Success would be measured by tracking the number of completed sign-up and the time users spend during the process. This final recap reinforces the key points you have made and leaves a strong impression on the interviewer. It also shows you that you can clearly, concisely communicate complex ideas. So what are the type of questions asked in the product management interview? Product management interview typically covers a range of questions designed to test your problem-solving strategy and communication skills. Here are the 5 types of questions you might encounter. First, you have product design questions. These questions ask, for example, how would you design an app for grocery delivery that provides a better user experience? The goal is to access your ability to think from the user's perspective and create intuitive solution. The second question is the go-to-market strategy questions. These questions focus on how you would launch a product into the market. For instance, how would you create a go-to-market strategy for a new streaming service? They access your understanding of market analysis, competitive benchmarking, and customer needs. Feature prioritized questions. These are the questions about how would you decide the features to build first. For example, if you're managing a project management tool, how would you prioritize adding new features like task scheduling, integration with email, or reporting tools? Then we have metrics and data analysis questions. These questions ask you to define which metrics matters the most and how would you use user data to guide your decisions. For example, what metrics would you track to measure the success of a new product launch? Then we have behavioral questions. These assess you how to handle certain situations, just conflict resolution or leadership. For instance, tell me about a time when you disagreed with a team member about a product decision. How did you resolve it? So understanding these type of questions help you to prepare for a variety of challenges in product management interview and shows the interviewer that you're equipped to tackle the diverse responsibilities of the role. There's no right answer. What matters is showing your thought process and decision-making skills.
Thank you guys for taking this product management full course by Simplilearn. By completing this course, you have gained valuable skills that are needed in the world of product management. So if you like this full course, do hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such courses by Simplilearn. Thank you and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.